Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Busy day in the NFL. Jonathan Gannon spent 3 seasons as Cardinals coach. He gets the boot after a franchise-worst 3-14 campaign. The Raiders sent Pete Carroll packing after just 1 season in Vegas. The Browns fired Kevin Stefanski. He's already had 3 interviews lined up. The Titans, Falcons, and Giants all interested. And speaking of the Giants, they announced they've retained general manager Joe Shane. Can't forget about the aforementioned Falcons either. They too need a head coach and a GM. Terry Fontenot, the former GM. Raheem Morris, the former coach, both get the boot from Atlanta. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Jay Berman, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
And then look at the head coaches still standing. It's not Kirby Smart, Ryan Day, Kayal DeBoer even. The coaches atop the sport in 2025-26 are Kirk Cignetti, Dan Lanning, Mario Cristobal, and Pete Golding. Cignetti's producing otherworldly results. Dan Lanning has been on a championship trajectory now for a couple of years. But honestly, I mean, will Mario Cristobal and Pete Golding have a better opportunity to win a championship than the one in front of them right now? I don't think so, not in this college football landscape. The front for Miami, they are a problem. At times, they look like the 2001 Hurricanes, if you can go back that far. Many of you can. They out-tough the most expensive roster in the country. But those details don't nearly matter as much anymore, right? I mean, not with this Final Four-pack.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Hyundai has unveiled the latest iteration of a humanoid robot designed to work in the car maker's manufacturing plants starting in 2028. The Atlas humanoid robot features human-scale hands with tactile sensing and fully rotational joints, capable of lifting up to 110 pounds and operating in temperatures as low as -4 Fahrenheit and as high as 104. Hyundai hopes to mass produce as many as 30,000 of the robots annually at a new facility in the U.S. A reminder that what works in one place might really work in another. The same weekend, the movie Avatar: Fire and Ash crossed the $1 billion mark at the global box office. It was bumped from number 1 in China by the animated Zootopia 2, which has been out longer. And Walt Disney says Zootopia 2 has now overtaken Avengers Endgame to become the top-grossing Hollywood film ever released in China, reaching $610 million and counting. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're so delicious and with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. And live on this Tuesday, January 6th, it is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. On a Tuesday, that means Matt Rooney will join us for the cut sheet today, coming up at 8:30 this morning. Oh, do we have a lot to get to. Dawn Stensland, good morning. How are you, dear?
Good morning. Good, doing great. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday. Hello, Gregory.
The Corporation for Public Broadcasting has voted itself out of existence.
They dissolved themselves.
Yes. Leaders of the Corporation of Public Broadcasting, a private agency that has steered federal funding to PBS, NPR, and hundreds of public television and radio stations across the country, voted Monday to dissolve the organization that was created in 1967. The CFB has been winding down since Congress acted last summer to defund its operations. At the encouragement of President Donald Trump, its board of directors chose Monday to shutter the CPB completely instead of keeping it in existence as a shell.
So the doors have officially closed.
CBP's final act would be to protect the integrity of the public media system and democratic values of dissolving rather than allowing the organization to remain defunded and vulnerable to additional attacks, said Patricia Harrison, the organization's president and CEO.
One of my favorite things that Donald Trump has done in less than a year Now, do we know how that impacts NPR? Because I know they were always kind of connected. Is it anything involving NPR, or is it just the television PBS side?
No, it's both.
It's both.
Well, this organization. So they were a separate entity.
That's
a bureaucracy created to essentially disseminate all of the funds to the broadcasting entities, radio and TV stations.
Yeah.
But since they've defunded them, now everybody can exist, but they could apply for state and federal grants, or they could apply for sponsors of Big Bird or children's programming.
AKA sell ad revenue, right?
Yeah.
Like the rest of us. Go out there and compete in the marketplace and say, hey, establishment X, we think we could really do a good job for your business. Now write a big check, right?
Yeah, and they do. They already, we've how many times have we said Big Bird is a billionaire? They already have amazing sponsors.
Big Bird is a billionaire.
You know?
Who's worth more, Nancy Pelosi or Big Bird?
Emma's worth more.
Oh, we have a lot to get into today. A big take on the former running mate of Kamala Harris as the walls have caved on Timmy Boy, a.k.a. Coach Walls, a.k.a. the Stretch Armstrong of Minneapolis. We'll get into that. Also, a story about a Hilton hotel that canceled reservations and rooms for ICE agents. We'll get into that story. We have a J.D. Vance home vandalism update with a suspect that we talked about on the show yesterday. We, I think, late towards the end of the show, gave the name as well as the photo, but now there are new social and identity details about said individual. We'll get into that this morning. Also, I know all of us on this show at one point or time have seen and watched Stranger Things.
Yes.
On Netflix.
Yes.
A lot of controversy, a lot of uproar, disappointment with how Season 5 started, how Season 5, which is the final season, ended regarding one character and a life choice. So we'll get into that this morning as well. Plus, we have Rooney, we have the cut sheet, we have Fight Club.
What?
No, just
welcome to being a wrestling fan. When this is what Greg and I have dealt with for 30 years. When the script is written and we don't like the way a pre-produced production ends, we lose our ever-loving minds because we would have wrote the script differently.
It's written. So is this a? Is
and
this,
that's why I'm not a writer.
Is this a? Is this an internet outrage?
No,
like
well,
are 10 people on the internet outraged about it when we say outraged?
Well, yes, but the San Francisco Chronicle wrote a big story about it, comparing life in the 80s versus life today, and how Netflix finally is going down the road of, well, this was always a thing in the 80s, but it wasn't really welcomed or encouraged. So we'll get into that. Newsweek has a very interesting article on it as well. I didn't realize this. That is the most consumed, I don't know if they do it by hour or episode, show in the history of Netflix.
Yeah, we loved it. We loved that show.
And it jumped the shark in season 3. Thank you very much.
Well, you know what? Remember when it was the writer's strike? And so they said, we're going to respect the writer's strike. And
how long was that? Yeah, how long was that gap?
Well, they all grew up. And if you watch the finale, and I don't want to give things away, but if you watch the finale, you go, wow, that didn't say much for waiting for the writers.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
It was.
I have not seen anything of season 5 yet. I've seen a few trailers.
Didn't you have 2 weeks where you were bored by 1 p.m.? What did you do?
But then I looked at it, season 5, and by the way, so I have seen. We watched season 1. So my wife, we'll save it for 7:35.
Okay.
I'll give you the full rundown of the gap in our watching habits. And yes, I was bored, and I probably could have filled up my time with Netflix.
You probably could have filled up your time by reading an effing book.
Probably, yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's a good point.
And no wrote versus written versus ran versus run.
Yeah, add that to the list. By the way, Linda Kearns,
yes, ma'am,
left a note next to our grammar jar saying that we have spelled. Now we haven't done the grammar jar in 2.5, 3 years, but it still sits here with cash. So there's a lot of good people in this company, in this building, in this studio, because somebody could have swiped all of this cash.
Yes.
Not even a janitor or a custodian has stolen the cash.
No.
But whoever wrote the 1210 WPHT grammar jar, she wrote, Linda Kearns, on a note when she was filling in for Dawn during the holidays, they spelled grammar wrong.
Yeah, that was the joke.
That was on purpose.
That was the joke.
Oh, well, maybe Linda didn't get that, but she left us a note.
Did you get it?
It's also
No.
something we've...
No.
We were just...
I'm teasing.
It's been sitting there waiting. We've been waiting for you to be like, that's misspelled?
I'm actually going to count up the cash during the news. Let's see what's actually in here as we continue the show this morning. All right, 6:07. Oh, there's a 5 spot in here. Round number 1 of the news. Here is the
Leave that money in there. What is wrong with you?
I'm going to put it back.
Okay.
I make a lot of money here. I don't need this chump change. Come on, man. Here is the great Dawn Stensland.
Hey, good morning. Kayal and Company News Live will tell you when the warm-up begins because it's 34 degrees, heating up to 45, but spring-like weather on the way. This January 6th, yes, it is January the 6th, there'll be activities on the Capitol today as we think about January 6th back in the day and moving forward. We are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by the Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging, COSA. In the news this morning, we will begin with the story of tragedy of a third death now reported. Unfortunately, a third death reported after that fire that broke through a Bucks County facility there, a fire that struck on the eve of Christmas Eve. A third person dying from the nursing home explosion that happened. This was obviously in Bristol, December 23rd, Bucks County officials announcing that the victim identified as 66-year-old Patricia Marrow, and that's according to police. And this, as the NTSB, those investigators, they are continuing to look into this incident and investigate. Obviously left 2 others killed, nearly 24 others injured. And as well, we learned that a lawsuit has been filed. Yes, a lawsuit has been filed, wrongful death lawsuit in this case, as the attorneys allege that PECO was in fact aware of a gas leak. None of those people who were on the scene, and the lawyers are claiming that in fact they could have protected the people, they could have evacuated those individuals inside the building, and that was despite those reports of a gas odor.
Yeah, it's funny you bring up this story. One of the guys that I work out with at my gym is a PECO employee, and he was assigned to that in Bristol. They've been working 16-hour shifts each day in the aftermath of that.
Yeah,
it's just absolutely brutal.
It's devastating.
Yep.
We also have, this is a story that dates back over the Christmas holidays and Hanukkah holidays over many weeks, because this was the search, and by all accounts, police across the nation were searching for what they called a most wanted criminal and known killer. So they were across the country, and especially the East Coast. They were searching for this man identified. This was 3 weeks ago. Identified as 31-year-old Kayal Garcia. Now, authorities had said he could be anywhere between Florida and Philadelphia, particularly looking on the East Coast. But in fact, it was a nationwide alert about this man whose murder conviction was overturned back in 2021 by one district attorney, Larry Krasner. And then he was wanted, we were told, in connection with 2 different murders, 2 different homicides in 2 different states. So the backstory on this one is that Garcia was originally convicted, sentenced to life in prison, found guilty in the killing of 21-year-old Christian Massey, West Philadelphia. We're taking you back to 2013. So at the time, Garcia shot Massey in the chest while trying to steal a pair of his headphones, and his conviction was later thrown out. But here's the thing, Massey's family had begged for a retrial in this case. Why was the conviction thrown out by one DA, Larry Krasner? Krasner had said that the conviction had to be thrown out. This was in 2021 after prosecutors for Krasner argued the case had been, quote, tainted by the involvement of former Philadelphia homicide detective Philip Nordo. You will remember the case of Nordo. Nordo was found guilty of using his position to, quote, intimidate and groom male suspects and witnesses into sexual acts and his personal gratification. He is Nordo, as far as the disgraced officer, he's now in jail serving time. So many of these convictions overturned. But in the case of the murder conviction, 21-year-old Christian Massey, the victim there, the victim's family had argued there was a preponderance of evidence that showed that Garcia had murdered this man and that there should be a retrial. They had begged for a retrial. Krasner said nope, and in fact exonerated this convicted killer, who now is accused in 2 recent homicides, one of which a Philadelphia man who was wheelchair bound, beaten to death and murdered. So here's where it comes full circle, because now we learn that, in fact, over the weekend, Garcia himself was found, he's in critical condition right now. He was found shot by somebody in a self-defense case, as the allegation here is that Garcia was now attacking somebody else just this past weekend. Police were called. He's now hospitalized in critical condition.
I cannot imagine being a family member of that first victim that you mentioned, begging a publicly elected official to do their job, to give you closure. And then, of course, the aftermath is, well, more tragedy.
Yes. So we have all of that swirling, a big local story, some other stories that are making huge headlines, and this as the CDC overhauls childhood vaccine schedules. This is huge news, as it's an unprecedented move, and to no surprise,
We didn't need that meningitis vaccination. Come on. Nah. Oh, yeah. Are we great yet, America?
So the new U.S. guidelines recommending all children get vaccines for 11 diseases. This is more of a Denmark model and European model. 11 vaccinations compared with
But Greg,
18
nobody's stopping you from getting it. But Greg, nobody's stopping you from getting it.
They are recommendations, correct on keyword, recommendations. Guidelines,
So
suggestions.
they're saying you should get 11. You don't necessarily need the 18. It's up to you, caregivers, moms, and dads.
Denmark and Europe, they seem to have a much healthier society.
It's funny this administration picks and chooses what they like about Europe and what they don't like about Europe.
Well, there's a lot to dislike.
It's
the French.
Funny. That's all I'm gonna say.
Wow.
You know what? Parents, you do you. You do what you think is in the best interest of your child.
Can we have a measles comeback too, like they're having in South Carolina?
Are they having a comeback?
Of course.
Oh.
But Greg,
is that kill anybody? Is that Bobby's fault?
I didn't say it was Bobby's fault. I'm just saying it's from dopes who don't, who believe crap on the internet.
Wow. In the news as well, perhaps this is a sign of the times. No, I'm not talking about the lower gas prices.
91 LS Extra says, Greg, who needs vaccinations when you can pray for your health? That's true. That's a good point, 91. Thank you, buddy.
Oh, boy.
In other news, did you know that this is a sign of the times? IHOP has brought back the bottomless pancakes and syrup deal.
So we can all get fat and get meningitis. Awesome. Okay. America's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Pancakes. Can we talk about, I'm trying to
We made breakfast and meningitis great again.
IHOP offering bottomless pancakes to customers. It's been 6 years, but to celebrate the deal, this is what IHOP is doing to say, yes, folks, bottomless pancakes and syrup for everybody. Breakfast combo deals at participating restaurants. This is IHOP turning back the tradition. Happy New Year.
I'm not a sweets for breakfast kind of guy. I don't like syrup. I don't like waffles with powdered sugar or French toast. I'm a dairy and meats and potatoes type of breakfast guy.
But potatoes, that's carbs.
Oh, I know. Well, I'm cutting
salty.
carbs out. Yeah.
You're not cutting the carbs out. I saw you eating a breakfast sandwich.
What are you
this
spying
morning.
on him?
No, he's right in front of me.
It's a pita pocket.
What do you think is in it?
It's better than a bagel.
Stop.
It's better than a croissant.
William Banker says Greg has become a big D bag.
What
are you, new to the show?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not nice.
And he's going to start listening to WMMR again. Hey, William, go listen to them. I don't care. You big dope.
Hey, William, I beat them, so you just got to listen here.
Look at this. Now we have 4 voices on the news.
God.
IHOP. Ugh.
So I hear something I don't like, so I'm gonna complain about it on the internets. I'm gonna write down my complaints and tell them I'm leaving. Good, leave. Good, leave.
Oh man!
Listen, you get meningitis on the way out. You dope.
Look, I know we have a lot to talk about.
No, we don't.
We do.
We don't.
You know,
No, we don't.
President Trump.
We don't.
Maduro, what he said when he was heckled outside court. We got all that. We got Machado talking to Hannity last night. We got a lot, but we got to talk about Wegmans.
Who was talking to Hannity? Machado?
Machado.
Oh, yeah.
Not Manny
yeah.
Machado.
Maria.
That's where my mind went.
Baseball guy.
I'm sorry.
A different Machado.
We got to talk about Wegmans. Did you know they are collecting biometric data from anybody who enters their supermarkets? And so this is in certain markets. I don't know if this is in our area, but it's in the East Coast. New York is definitely doing it. So in part, this is to protect the safety and security of shoppers and patrons and employees. And so they have signs up. It's a new scanning policy and an expansion of a pilot program at Wegmans. So they have signs up to let you know, yes, they are storing biometric data on shoppers' eyes, your voice, and your face, and your children's.
Just amazing. I think that was Greg's crazy story yesterday at 6:01 or whatever. But what are they trying to accomplish? And why Wegmans? Why grocery stores? I'm not surprised that we're seeing this practice put into place in society by a company. But what is it about a grocery store that they need that data versus another retail outlet or certainly the government or surveillance?
Well, and that's just it. So the story, the story as it goes on, and now there are some community meetings about this, and people are, maybe everybody heard Greg talking about it yesterday at 6:01 if you missed it.
Thank you.
But now what they're saying is, wait a minute, we want to know more. You're storing the data? Who's storing it? And are you selling it? And by walking into your store because you have signs all over, are we agreeing to something?
Yeah, is your entrance acceptance to the fine print, basically?
Yes.
Right.
And so that's their question to say, okay, if we're in the store and it's a live situation where you have my facial recognition or something to that nature, but there's all kinds of biometrics, and then they admit they are storing it.
Yeah.
So lots of questions here.
I mean, look, this is egregious, but just to put out, every time we go into a place, there's surveillance cameras on us, so people have data. Like if they want to collect data on us, there's data on us anyway. We type things into Google.
I always when I hear biometric, the first thing I think of is casinos. Casinos started doing this, I believe, a while ago to catch professional gamblers that were like card counters and things like that.
Wegmans, I will say this because I do work for the Wegmans.
Oh,
Warrington.
yeah. Give us an official statement on behalf of the company while you're here.
Well, all I was going to say is they don't do it in Warrington, but there is a lot of theft over there. So
Okay.
I cross the board, I'm sure, across all the country of all their stores, they do have theft. So
Interesting.
Maybe this is one way.
Wegmans has more theft than like a Walmart.
I mean, it's a massive store. People just walk out with the big carts like they do at Walmart, too. So
You would think the clientele's a little higher at Wegmans.
Yes, and then again,
Walmart.
New York is because of how New York is. That's why they're probably starting it there, and hopefully they don't do it here. But
Do you guys like the Giant is doing the checkout thing where you go in there with a cart and the scanner and you can just check out?
It's the ripoff of Sam's Club. Sam's lets you scan your own things at the checkout, all your bulk items. Yeah, I like that.
I was talking to somebody over a break, and they that's going to put you out of a job, Almquist.
Actually, no, it's not.
Okay.
Because I work for Wegmans. So. And I also work self-checkout as well as front register. And by the way, Ray from Warminster, hi. I saw you yesterday.
Yeah?
So.
You got a lot of fans coming up to you while you're
not fans. I mean, but I see Sarah Weiss all the time, and I see Ray from Warminster.
I miss
and I see
Sarah.
a few people. Tony.
Hope you're well,
from
Sarah.
Doylestown. Yep.
Yeah.
So Wegmans did respond to this yesterday. They said they do not share this information, this data. They do store it.
Sure.
They do not share it or sell it. with any third parties. They say the technology is being used and stored to keep them safe and secure from maybe Fight Club or something. I don't know if they take Fight Club video. Maybe they could be a sponsor. But
Coming at 9:10.
But they do not use the data like retinal scans or voice prints.
Oh, that's good to know.
So they were a little they were specific yesterday, as they were, because people were upset about it.
Okay.
So we got that going on.
There you go.
T2 says, I like Wegmans, but now I just might go to Acme. All right.
Hey, I guarantee you, Acme will never have that.
The Acme.
No.
Yeah. You can't even get a bag at Acme.
No, I like Acme.
So do I.
By the way,
Plus it's close.
I got to give. Speaking of the Acme in Horsham, I think it is, or Warminster, I don't know, somewhere out there. One of the managers came up and said he was a big fan of the show. So, sorry, I forget your name, but thank you for listening.
Was this which Acme was it?
The one in Phil? Do you know where it is? Is that Horsham or
over by the Burger King over
yes,
there?
Yeah.
Was it Ken?
I'm not exactly sure if it's
Ken.
if it's Horsham or Hatboro.
They love us.
Yeah.
Dave,
somewhere in
Ken.
that general area.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're big in the grocery store community.
We are.
Yeah,
We are.
Not for nothing.
Yeah.
Since we talked about Stranger Things, there was the term nuggets used in Stranger Things. So I'll use that as I tee up our own Phil Almquist to talk about, oh no, nuggets. Sixers and OT. What happened, Phil Almquist?
I'll get to that.
Heartbreaker.
I will get to that in a second, but I'm going to actually start in the NFL because yesterday was Black Monday. Can I even say that? Is that racist?
It is racist, yes. It's culturally diverse Monday.
Because coaches typically get fired from bad teams, but not all. The Jets' Aaron Glenn is still employed, just saying. Anyway, those that got axed yesterday include Pete Carroll from the Raiders, Kevin Stefanski from the Browns, and Jonathan Gannon from the Cardinals. Now, Raheem Morris from the Falcons was also fired this week, but it actually happened after a win when they beat the Saints on Sunday. This makes 6 teams needing head coaches right now, including the Giants, who fired Brian Daboll in November, and the Titans, who canned Brian Callahan in October. Also, Miami's Mike Daniel, Pittsburgh's Mike Tomlin, and the Ravens' John Harbaugh are all still technically on the hot seat, but all likely to return. Now, moving on to the NBA, like Don mentioned, the Sixers lost last night to Denver, 125-124 in OT. In hockey, the Flyers are actually home tonight to face the Ducks at 7. And number 2, Michigan faces Penn State tonight in men's hoops at 7, airing here on WPHT. That is your sports report for Kayal and Company.
And before we get to weather, our sponsor for news, weather, sports, have it all, have questions about aging, the Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging of COSA can point you in the right direction. See how COSA can help you or a loved one. Visit delcosa.org. COSA is supported by Delaware County Council. Nick Kayal, it's going to feel like spring by the end of the week.
Oh, yeah. Spring warm-up on the way, Dawn. High of 46 degrees today. Mostly cloudy skies. Currently 33. And we will hit the 50s as we get to Wednesday here in the city of Philadelphia. And that is your weather for Kayal and Company News Live. By the way, too, what a disgrace that the Sixers lost that game last night. They were 15-point favorites. And you say, well, why would they be 15-point favorites over a Nuggets team that's 24-12 with a better record than the Sixers? Their top 3 players, including Jokic, were out.
Yeah.
We're out with injuries. And they still found a way to lose as 15-point favorites against the G League team. That's unbelievable.
Ouch.
I watched like 8 minutes of that game. I'm like, all right, I'm out.
I'm sure the refs were bad.
Yeah. Oh God. Yes, Don.
Oh, God.
my Lord.
Nick Nurse, go away. Go back to Toronto. All right, Kayal and Company News Live in the books. We'll come back, get to a Tuesday morning big take centered around old Governor Tim Walz. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Wesley Financial.
Bringing someone to the doctor appointment with you could make you healthier. A University of Michigan poll of more than 2,800 people over the age of 50 finds 76% of patients who had a healthcare companion thought they got better care. The trusted companions helped ask questions of the healthcare provider and helped follow advice. Results suggest healthcare systems could do more to invite patients to bring companions to appointments. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Tom Giordano. Recently, I had the chance to chat with Navy veterans at a watch party for the Army-Navy game hosted by Navy League Philly. I wanted to learn more about what Navy League Philly does for our Sea Service members. Take a listen.
We're talking with Jay Meissner. And Jay, what's your role? How are you connected to the Navy League?
I'm a regional director for the U.S. Naval Sea Cadet Corps, the official program for the Navy and the Coast Guard, and they're supported by the Navy League. So they support the units in the area and the 10 to 13, 14, 15-year-olds that are in the program.
What intrigues them? Is it the Coast Guard that intrigues them? Do they think they're going to be in the high seas chasing down drug runners? What is it?
It's an open chance to try what the military would be. If the Navy does it, we can do it. We have trainings all over. They go to regular training. They go to drill like a reservist every month. Military ceremony and drill, colors, teaching, leadership courses.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
That is right, Kayal and Company. Get us a multitude of ways here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the free Odyssey app, the free iHeartRadio app. Watch the show live on YouTube or download the podcast, iTunes and or Spotify, and follow us on all of the platforms. 6 o'clock hour brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Don't miss Bucks County Estate Traders' New Year, New Home Sale. Enjoy 20 to 50% off furniture, decor, and one-of-a-kind finds that make your home feel complete. Shop BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their Hatfield showroom. Sale runs through January 9th. Exclusions apply. All right, a lot to get to today. We have a ton of great stories, but first, a Tuesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Staple. Break the walls down. In the state of Minnesota, there are no term limits for governor. Tim Walz, a two-term Democrat incumbent and former VP running mate to Kamala Harris, has officially ended his bid for a third consecutive term. Here was CNN with the breaking news yesterday, late in Kayal and Company. Listen and watch.
Big breaking political news out of Minnesota. Governor Tim Walz, who of course was the Democratic nominee for vice president in 2024, has ended his re-election bid for governor. He is not going to run for re-election. This comes as pressure has been growing around this widening welfare fraud scandal. Now, Walz has not been accused of any wrongdoing, but it has been a growing political headache. Let's get right to CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zeleny. This is a wow this morning, or at least would have been if you had said it was going to happen, 2 or 3 months ago?
That's right, John. Good morning. Even perhaps 2 or 3 weeks ago, the reality is Minnesota Governor Tim Walz had been insistent on running for a third term, which would have been unprecedented in and of itself. Minnesota has not elected a governor for 3 consecutive terms, but it is that deepening federal probe as well as this widening scandal. As you said, he is not implicated in this at all. This is actually somewhat old news in Minnesota. This has been going on for years and years. The prosecution started back during the Biden administration, but over the holidays, it certainly did widen. There was a right-wing influencer who posted a viral video on social media that quite literally went viral when the Vice President of the United States and the FBI director leaned in on this, and it shined a brighter spotlight on really what had been some deep concerns among Minnesota Democrats, even about the wisdom of Governor Walz seeking a third term. They believe that this would hang over the entire re-election effort and perhaps even damage the Democratic Party.
All right, so Tim Walz, that's one. How about Ilhan Omar or Keith Ellison? And I would argue that it's new news because the old gatekeepers of news didn't want to do their jobs. Mr. Potato Head, a man who was portrayed by Kamala Harris as the new definition of masculinity, along with her husband Dougie, in today's modern left's war against alleged toxic masculinity, was an epic disaster. The man tried to tell you that he was a guy's guy, yet on video, he couldn't load a shotgun. He waved and paraded around stage like a Stretch Armstrong. And in 107 days, we knew Kamala Harris was in over her head. And in less than 107 days, we knew that Tim Walz was an absolute clown show. The circus has officially left town. And in the high-stakes world of politics, when being a governor or a former vice presidential nominee, you're always surrounded by consultants, advisors, internal polling numbers, and staffers, all of whom try to put you in a position to succeed. So Tim obviously became unsalvageable. News Nation had these details back on December 9th. Listen and watch this.
It's the worst stereotype of the Democratic Party. You have massive fraud, as you said here just now, when it was discovered. And the good news is it was caught pretty early. They said, hey, if you go public with this, we're going to call you racist. And it sounds like the governor, maybe even himself, said, these are important voters to us. So, hey, we got to be careful here because we need them coming up in our races. It's everything people hate about the Democratic Party. And as someone who wants us to win elections, it makes my blood boil.
This is $1 billion of COVID funds that was supposed to be going to children. You can't get better than that, right? And Walz knew about it. There are 400 employees, part of his Department of Human Services, that say that he stood in the way of calling it out, that he reprimanded whistleblowers. And then as Dan said, he said, well, we can't come down on these people because they're voters. It's $1 billion of taxpayer funds that were supposed to help kids. And Ilhan Omar says, you know what? Sometimes when programs like that get instituted quickly, things happen. This isn't things happen like you ordered too many pencils by mistake or you forgot to shut the window on the way out the office door. This is $1 billion, and they go, yeah, you know what? It happens. What do you think was going to happen? And I think that exemplifies the Republican message of why big government has problems, how the Democrats treat tax dollars.
You heard News Nation in the beginning there talking about how Democrats will call you racist or Islamophobic if you dare raise questions about this fraud. I mentioned that narrative from their playbook in yesterday's show of Kayal and Company, but Scott Jennings took Abby Phillip to task on CNN about that expired talking point. Listen and watch.
It's Democrats who have put Somali diaspora in Minneapolis at the center of their party and their state's politics. It's a small portion of the population. There is a bunch of fraud that goes on, and even Tim Walz has claimed that any investigation of this fraud is akin to white supremacy.
No,
which is
he hasn't.
No,
he has not claimed that. He has not said that.
He has said that.
He has not said that.
This is what happens when your own federal government wages war against you. This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy.
But the Twin Cities' Richard Simmons isn't going out quietly. Walls posting the following on his official X account yesterday, saying, quote, "I don't mince words here. Donald Trump and his allies in Washington, in St. Paul, and online want to make our state a colder, meaner place. We've got Republicans here in the legislature playing hide and seek with whistleblowers. We've got conspiracy theorists, right-wing YouTubers breaking into daycare centers and demanding access to our children. We've got the President of the United States demonizing our Somali neighbors and wrongly confiscating child care funding that Minnesotans rely on. I cannot abide by the actions of the political leadership in Washington, these opportunists who are willing to hurt our people to score a few cheap political points. They and their allies have no intention of helping us solve the problem and every intention of profiting off of it," end quote. So, Tim, I guess it's when in doubt, you blame Trump. Then you talk about how cold it is in Minneapolis. It's already cold there. Don't worry about the politics. Nick Shirley, by the way, not a conspiracy theorist, right-winger on YouTube, just somebody who had the premonition and the thought and the idea and the gumption to do more work than perhaps CBS News or the Minneapolis Star Tribune. And the Somalis, let's point them out. They come here, they survive on our tax dollars through government-funded programs. 43% are on SNAP benefits, 73% are on Medicaid, and then they get on social media and start taunting white people, saying things like, "You work for me, whitey." Those video clips have gone viral as well, but I digress. But did independent journalist Nick Shirley really end Tim Walz's career? I'm not sure that he alone was able to, but if Nick Shirley didn't drop all sorts of videos on social media and on YouTube over the last 2.5, 3 weeks, do I think Tim Walz is still running for a third term today? Yes, I do. And I played for you a clip from Catherine Herridge yesterday, former CBS News anchor and reporter, who said 2026 will be the year independent journalism dominates. Looks like she was correct, and we're less than a week in. Also, locally here in Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro posting the following on X, quote, "Governor Tim Walz is a good man and a friend who has committed his life to public service. In the face of disgusting personal attacks against him and his family, Tim has shown resilience and commitment to improving the lives of the people he was elected to serve. Lori and I are sending our absolute best to Tim, Gwen, Hope, and Gus, and we are grateful for their service and their friendship." Josh from Abington must have missed the episodes of Kayal and Company, where the great Dawn Stensland dubbed the Shapiro snub the Pennsylvania Passover. Buddy, Kamala Harris selected Tim Walz over you because he was easily viewed as a dumb second in command. She didn't select you because you would outshine her and him, and that's no glowing endorsement. And oh, by the way, because you're Jewish. And what lives did Tim Walz really improve? Minneapolis has been conquered. A majority of the state outside of the Twin Cities vote red. So if you want to call improving the lives and permitting fraud to run rampant to benefit third world immigrants in babysitting facilities with little attendance, well, then have at it. And speaking of independent journalists and local angles, we go to Frank Scales, creator of the Crime Surge Philly account on X. You may recall some of the comments and the clips and the interviews that he did with Dawn and the station around the election of Larry Krasner last November. Well, he's been investigating these Minnesota-type stories right here in our own backyard, and he joined the Dawn Show yesterday with Dan Borowski. I want you to listen and watch this.
So, number 6 here. It looks like you were trying to do a similar investigation here in Philadelphia to see if there are.
Actually did, yeah.
So, did you find that there are fraud?
So we did. So we went to a daycare and it appeared to be closed. So we're going to go back this week to double check that because we can't confirm if it's operating or not yet. But what we can confirm is that this organization, Maternity Care Coalition, got $23 million in grants from the government over 4 years to operate daycares.
$23 million.
We went to the daycare, $23 million. We went to the daycare. Nothing was happening. And quite frankly, even if they do open sometime in the future, I mean, that building does not warrant $23 million of investment. We called the number on their website, and what we got was a voicemail that said we are closed for Independence Day. And if you ask me, it was a little bit cold for Independence Day.
You know, if not for X, we wouldn't know the depths of these stories. Not to say that everything we see on X is 100% factual, but where there's smoke, there's probably fire. Democrats would continue to be shielded by legacy media. Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter changed the 2024 election, and has changed the landscape of mainstream media. Nick Shirley and Frank Scales and the more accomplished journalists like Catherine Herridge and Barry Weiss, who have since ditched mainstream platforms, went independent, or went back to a network like Barry Weiss, have really changed the game. MSNBC lost 27% of their audience in 2025 after losing more than 33% in the fourth quarter of 2024 after the election. They now rebrand as MS Now in a corporate spinoff. CNN lost over 17% of their audience, and they were already like the Titanic. They're now losing to the Hallmark Channel. It's over for Tim Walz, and I think it's actually just the beginning for a media reckoning. The walls have collapsed and closed in on all of those who were immune to the criticism, who were immune and protected by false narratives, and allowed to virtue signal as the righteous party in our two-party system. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take brought to you by Staples. It's a new year, and Staples has fresh deals to get you fully equipped for 2026, like up to $120 off HP Smart Tank printers. This deal means business, and so do these printers. Shop in store and online today. Staples, that was easy. Ends January 31st. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT, and of course in our YouTube comments, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back, get Dawn's thoughts on everything from Tim Walz, and also some of the stuff yesterday with Frank Scales from Crime Surge Philadelphia. We'll wrap up the 6 o'clock hour next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, it was important for my business to start strong.
Starting weak is not recommended.
But first, I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything, like ink, toner, printers, paper, and chairs. And now you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers? Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Ends 131. Select models only.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone from Royersford, Pennsylvania. With the market near record highs, now's the time to become part of the Crash Proof family.
You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And if you live in the Limerick, Linfield, Phoenixville area, come out to the Crash Proof event at the Copperfield Inn in the new year. You will not be disappointed to see what Crash Proof Retirement has to offer.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra on the story of Philly sports put to music at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st.
First of all, I loved it.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
That band.
You laugh, you tear up.
Just great stuff.
I've never laughed so much my cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 21st. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Oh.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 6:48 live on a Tuesday morning. What's on the cut sheet? Well, we'll find out coming up in just under an hour. Matt Rooney will join us for Tuesdays with Rooney. That's coming up at 8:30. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So, Tim Walz' political career, in all likelihood, is over, from the leg kick to the Stretch Armstrong arms, to the jazz hands, to the more serious things like the stolen valor scandal. Remember, if you think about it from a timeline perspective, J.D. Vance eviscerated him on stage in the VP debate. And I'll never forget this, Dawn. Remember when Tim Walz, I believe this was after Kamala selected him, with that silly pre-recorded phone call that they videotaped where she's on speakerphone. And after Walz kind of grew his national identity and brand, remember his wife, Gwen, one of the clips, and she's got the real crazy eyes as well. Remember she said she slept with the windows open during the summer of 2020 to smell the rubber tires burning in Minneapolis so that she would never forget about George Floyd. I'm just so glad that this guy got exposed because he was such a goof. And now they're saying that Senator Amy Klobuchar, who is now, I think, in her fourth term as a senator in Minnesota, is being called on by Democrats and power brokers to make a run to block any Republican from winning the nomination.
Yeah,
so,
hopefully they'll want to turn the page. Right,
turn
the page. Speaking of it, that's what I thought you were. That's what I thought you were. Where I thought you were going.
Turn
Nick.
the page.
Turn the page. Yeah, Amy. As a matter of fact, we have breaking news right now. I don't know if Greg can go to the video. We have actually Tim Walz is under the desk shaving Klobuchar's legs. Remember that whole thing where she allegedly ordered? It was a Veep episode. Remember that? They alleged that that was Amy Klobuchar who ordered one of her aides to shave her legs before an event.
Oh my God!
So funny.
Could you imagine asking somebody else to shave your legs? I would never ask another human being to do any bodily grooming unless I was at like a high-end spa salon hair service place where that's what they do, right? Like, I'm not going to go back during the break and say, "Hey, Jimmy Kelly, you want to shape up my beard for me real quick?" I look like a caveman today. I mean, what in the world? But
I will tell you, this is like an inside story, but Larry, when he did Access Hollywood, Giselle Fernandez, they were doing a photo shoot, and they, she has dark hair like I do, and so they realized, they need, and so they brought it and they shaved her legs. They said we have to, so it's sometimes it does happen.
Does Larry shave his legs?
No.
Okay. There's some men out there that do shave their legs.
Athletics.
Right. Or just kind of like metrosexual dudes that just don't like body hair. that just like manscape everything. Yeah, they shave their arm. I knew a dude that I worked with in college that used to shave his arms and shave his legs. He was Hungarian. I mean,
the hairy Hungarian.
Oh, the hairy Hungarian. Oh, he would have like a chest sweater. You couldn't tell where his beard ended and the chest sweater ended. It almost came right up his Adam's apple. It was
I
unbelievable.
will say for my son David, he has like the unibrow. So I said, he goes, oh, they were teasing me. Like this was in high school when it started. So I said, I can fix that. So I got like a little wax strip. He was like, what are you doing? Don't worry.
Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah, the wax is the way to go
Yeah,
because if you start
do the wax.
shaving it starts growing back thicker, right?
Exactly.
Exactly.
So I did wax the little.
Anything that you learned yesterday from Frank Scales on this front with alleged potential fraud in Philadelphia, or any thoughts on what Walls is facing? By the way, Polymarket gives it a 17% chance that Walls faces charges. I would say 0, but Polymarket knows better than me.
Yeah, they've been quite reliable, right?
They have.
People are where people put their money. I will say that for Frank, he is doing due diligence with this. And Ian wasn't here because Ian had the flu, unfortunately, over the holidays, so he was still sick. But I will say that they are going back and continuing to ask the questions, giving benefit of the doubt to the local daycares that we talked about. They're planning to travel to Minneapolis once Ian's better, Ian McGinnis. But as far as here in Philadelphia, they're going back, and I advised him, rather than say you personally are looking for childcare, because they can come back and say, well, you're lying. You don't have, you're a college student. You don't have any kids. That I said, maybe get a family member or somebody to call, record it so that it's honest, so that it's real. Somebody who potentially would be looking for childcare. That was my recommendation to him, just because if you're saying, you're a journalist, you don't have to say anything. Or you could word it differently.
Right.
But so he is continuing to put the calls in there, go in there, put things in writing and say, try to get a hold of somebody. No one has replied.
It's unbelievable.
And he went online, put things, no one has even answered that.
Well, and you even said it in the clip briefly when Dan was asking Frank the question. I mean, you were like flabbergasted by the $23 million in funding for said place here in Philadelphia. I don't know what the time frame was, but I almost don't really care if it was 1 year or 5 years or 10 years. Why would a daycare facility receive $23 million on a very low-end, low-budget looking place?
And that's just it, that a lot of schools locally, you think about, and I know many schools have started going to like a pre-K where they start kids as young as 1 or 1.5, and they do a Montessori program. So it's not just daycare or childcare. They actually have, people who are, especially Montessori is perfect for, dealing with very young children, as young as 6 months old. And so why not give that $23 million? Can you imagine, to a local elementary school? We've had a loss of population here in Philadelphia. Right. And so a lot of the schools are hurting because of that, because we have loss of population, loss of funding. So why not choose an area where you beef up a school?
Mm-hmm.
Right. $23 million?
It just seems like these are shell companies or fronts for money laundering and fraud. And I think it goes beyond just daycare centers. Tim Walz has been investigated for COVID funds. We played you that clip courtesy of News Nation. And then when we talk about all of this fraud for a variety of reasons, it's all coming back on us. I mean, it's our money. Like, we are being robbed by the government, but with billions of dollars for ridiculous causes. And most people are oblivious to it, or they don't care about it. Even in California, Gavin Newsom tweeted yesterday about the Pacific Palisades fires. I believe now, I read a story on, it was either CBS or CNBC. It was 16,000 homes that were destroyed in those wildfires. Almost a year later, they've just started rebuilding 500 of the 16,000. And I'm looking here, this is from Breitbart. Gavin Newsom currently has an outstanding debt of $20 billion to the federal government. He spent $24 billion on homelessness and never accomplished anything. And he gave away $32 billion for unemployment and $15 billion on a train to nowhere. Why is Gavin Newsom complaining to Trump and the federal government about federal funding to rebuild in Pacific Palisades when you know Gavin Newsom and all of these other Democrats, they just burn through our tax dollars for nefarious and ridiculous purposes? That's why Trump was on Truth Social yesterday, and I agree with him. He said this in regards to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. He wrote, Minnesota's corrupt governor will possibly leave office before his term is up, but in any event, will not be running again because he was caught red-handed along with Ilhan Omar and others of his Somali friends, stealing tens of billions of taxpayer dollars. I feel certain the facts will come out and they will reveal a seriously ridiculous group of slime balls. And he also goes on to say, Governor Walz has destroyed the state of Minnesota, but others like Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, and Kathy Hochul have done, in my opinion, an even more dishonest and incompetent job. No one is above the law. And let's bring that to Pennsylvania here with Josh Shapiro. That's why I think what's going on with social media and independent journalists, and even for the ones that are not on social media, that maybe have a Substack or a YouTube channel or don't live just specifically on X, some of the stuff that they're doing, even if it's not 100% right, let's just say they're 33% accurate. They're shining a light on the corruption in this country and the amount of money that comes out of our pockets that goes to ridiculous things, and we never care about it. I mean, I care about losing $12. By the way, the Grammar Jar, $20 I counted during your news. We got to donate this to Travis Manion Foundation. It's been in here for a couple of years.
Only $20?
Only $20. Ridiculous. Yeah, I added to that in the first week of the show. we're probably up. I've probably given more to the Grammar Jar than Gavin's blown on ridiculous things in California. So
I mean,
I just think people should care more about this.
Well, so many broad issues that you're bringing up with regard to Gavin Newsom, who, by the way, they've been accused in California of seizing some of those properties that were destroyed, not even letting people rebuild. And so there's that land grab allegation. So some of this, I think, will be investigated. And the accusation is that it's nefarious or suspicious. But in the case of other issues like these NGOs getting tens of millions of dollars, or in the case of Minnesota, billions of dollars, I would just say it's an example of the fact that we have career politicians or career bureaucrats who've never been in the private sector.
Nope.
And so therefore they just don't know how to think outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
And we all benefit from that. I would suggest to you that even locally with the daycare situation and the childcare crisis that we're all going through, have some grandparents and parents just to have some level of involvement and transparency, just to give some ideas. There are just no new, fresh ideas, and there's never an intellectual curiosity as to how tax dollars could be. The old philosophy my grandma used to say, save your pennies, although we don't have pennies anymore, right? It'd be save your dollars, to spend your thousands or something, to save your pennies, to spend your dollars. So we just don't have that type of thinking in government.
No, you're right. 855-839-1210, the phone number. If you want to jump in, we'll kick off the 7 o'clock hour next with new details on the J.D. Vance home attacker, plus what Homeland Security and ICE had to deal with yesterday, courtesy of Hilton Hotels. We're back after this on Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday. 4 locations close by: the Chestnut Hill Hotel, the Doylestown Inn, Media at the Hampton Inn, or in St. David's at the Radnor Hotel. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.703, hour number 2 underway here on a Tuesday morning. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Wawa. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa. Get any Sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown all for just $5. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Cut sheet 745. Rooney coming up at 8:30 this morning. Couple of good stories to get to in the world of entertainment and pop culture. Stranger Things Season 5, the reaction, the fallout to the series finale, as well as a couple of plot twists that has kind of gone all over the board in the world of news media and entertainment media. So we'll get to that story. But I just want to get to 2 other legitimate news stories before we have some fun here. And I want to start with this. Yesterday we had, I forget when this was, but I think it was later in the show, we had a news coming down that somebody attempted to burglarize, break in, certainly vandalize J.D. Vance's home residence in the state of Ohio. Fortunately, he, his wife, and child, I guess the whole family, were in D.C., right? So that's a good thing. And you know, we talked about it. I think we had the video. Dan Borowski was playing it in the news of his home and the shrubs and the bushes and the gated entrance of the driveway. You can see some of the police there and some of the broken windows. I believe it was a hammer that was used to try to enter. So, you know, that's just
what police reported.
Just a disgusting act. So the Daily Mail and other sources have, and I believe, Phil, you have the picture of the suspect, and we reported yesterday that it was 26-year-old William D. DeFore. If you could put that up on YouTube, Phil, that would be great. And he is, believe it or not, transgendered individual. He is a transgendered individual. Secrets of J.D. Vance's home attacker, according to the Daily Mail. Suspect is transgender daughter of wealthy surgeon Democrat donor as ultra-privileged life is revealed. Amazing how they get these details so quickly. But they write the following. The hammer-wielding suspect accused of smashing 4 windows at Vice President J.D. Vance's Ohio home is a transgender woman who enjoyed a luxurious upbringing filled with privilege. William D. DeFore, 26, was charged early Monday with 1 count each of obstructing official business, criminal damaging or endangering, criminal trespass, and vandalism after an overnight break-in at Vance's $1.4 million Cincinnati residence. DeFore, who is understood to have gone by Davis while attending an elite $27,000 per year Catholic high school, appears to have transitioned to female and goes by the name of Julia now. The Cincinnati native grew up in the affluent Hyde Park neighborhood in a $1.3 million home with his father, who is a surgeon, William, and his mother, Catherine, a pediatrician, both registered Democrats, and 2 younger siblings. William is a pediatric urologist, and his wife is a general pediatrician at a primary care facility. The DeFore family appears close, according to sources, both William and Catherine having just last year paid visits to their youngest children's universities. Social media posts show below. I want to get into the bigger takeaway on this. And it's not just, the typical talking points on X of, I was told that transgender individuals never commit these acts and it's a right-wing conspiracy theory. I think we really need to get a study done. And obviously, I'm sure there are probably studies being done, but I don't think we will truly know the impact of all of this transgender stuff, a lot like with COVID lockdowns and things like that, for 5 or maybe even 10 more years. And I'm coming at it from the perspective of the mixing of, let's think about this first of all. You're a biological man. You go through this gender mutilation surgery to become a female. And then you have hormone therapy or testosterone treatments, and you mutilate your body. The physical anatomy was not meant to be mutilated, right? Like, if you're diabetic, God forbid, like my dad lost part of his foot. He had a part of his foot amputated from diabetes. He was never able to really recover physically. He was in a walking boot. He always had kind of a limp the last few years of his life. I think it really wore on him mentally to look down and see half of a foot. And now you factor in potentially, allegedly, and I don't know if this was the case with William DeFore or Julia or whatever this person goes by now, all of the mental prescriptions and medications that this person could be on, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, insert whatever. So we have physical amputations and removal of body parts. We have stuff from big pharma, therapy, counseling, prescription, pills, and then you throw in perhaps recreational drug use. Again, just speculating here, but just like this Molotov cocktail, like this big cauldron of all of these variables, and then kaboom, somebody goes crazy. Why do we allow this to continue to happen? Now, look, again, this guy, William DeFore, Julia, whatever you want to go by, 26 years old, you do you. You want to cut off your body parts, you want to take prescription medicine, you want to do recreational drugs, knock yourself out. But from the youth perspective, why in this country do we, first of all, start with medication, then we do counseling, or vice versa. Then this person might have a mental health crisis, which again, not me being hot take radio guy, the DSM-4 says gender dysphoria is a mental health issue. And then we have surgeons that are supposed to have taken the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm, and we see every other nation, every other continent shutting this stuff down, looking at us like fools, and here we are doing whatever we can possibly do to make said individual feel whole and complete. And yet we know they're not playing with a full deck of cards. Why in America is that continued to be a theme here? Is it greed? Is it capitalism? Is it just for profit? Because we are creating volcanoes that erupt. It's not normal to think a guy can be a woman or a woman's in the wrong body and should be a man. And then we, instead of trying to course correct with these individuals, Dawn, we just almost acquiesce to them and say it's okay. And we go above and beyond to make them feel like, oh, this is the way it's supposed to be. And then obviously if something's wrong in between your ears, you take it to the next level of trying to injure or possibly kill a political figure. And I'm talking both sides here. Burning down Josh Shapiro's mansion last Easter or whenever that was, that nutbag, to the hammer with Paul Pelosi out in San Francisco, to J.D. Vance's home, to assassinating Charlie Kirk, to trying to kill Donald Trump. And what have we seen a lot of times with all of these individuals? I mean, we've got multiple that are trans, a lot of them clearly on some sort of substance or prescription medication, in dire need of counseling. And we reached the point now where a lot of people, I was just watching a video yesterday of that nut job, Cernovich. He was on the latest episode of Tucker Carlson talking about right-wing or Republican or media figures or politicians that all now need to have personal security because it's like sport. We're seeing people trying to hunt and kill and mow down people that have different political beliefs or political registrations. I don't get it. Like, I mean, I know we only talk about it in small little, pockets with these, sensationalized stories, but it's a very uneasy feeling right now.
Yeah, and I think the common thread, and you went through all of these different cases, you think about across the country, Nashville, Minnesota, obviously Charlie Kirk, there's a common thread that nobody in the so-called mainstream media seems to want to talk about. And so that is that if indeed this is true, it's being widely reported on social media. I don't have official confirmation that DeFore the family has confirmed that DeFore, born male, identified as female, but it's certainly, there's enough reporting out there that it certainly appears to be the case because this person's 26 years old and had been on social media, himself, etc. So I would just ask a few questions. First of all, if this person's 26, then how were the parents raising this individual? And I have to go to the parents and say, hey, parents, think about what's going on with mental health issues, specifically during the pandemic, post-pandemic, and now look at all of these mentally ill children and young adults. It's a thing. It's happening. And some physicians are calling it a crisis. And so I think that if in fact the parents have this TDS and they're elevating it, I have no idea. I also wonder if this individual is on a combination of drugs. We've talked a lot about that, and Greg talked about that. So if this individual, let's say somebody's depressed, has mental health issues, and then are they also taking these hormones, which are in fact experimental in young people? And so how long has that been going on? And how much have we studied the combination of these antidepressants combined with hormonal treatments on a young male, let's say, starting at 13, 14 to 16. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then what is that impact? What does that look like after a few years or 10 years or whatever that is? And so I think we have to start asking these questions honestly.
Yeah.
And if we're going to follow the science, then please follow the science, because we see a pattern of these individuals, people who identify as male. They seem to be medicated. In some cases, we've confirmed the medication and diagnosed with mental health, all kinds of mental health problems. And now they're out there, and what do? They turn violent.
Well, let me.
Thank God that J.D. Vance, his wife,
yes,
Usha, and their young children. Thank God they had just left.
Oh.
They had been home. They had been there, but they left.
Well, and think
Thank
about
God they
it
weren't home.
from the pandemic perspective, not just in general, but I want you to zero in on what the content was in the beginning of the pandemic. Remember, sports were shut down. There were no sports. They went dark. There were no more new TV shows. They stopped filming, new episodes of a series. Then, of course, there was that writer's strike. What was, from a genre standpoint, the only thing that was jammed down your throat in the early days of the pandemic when we had lockdowns? It was news. It was politics. It was fear. So you have all of these individuals, right? And I don't know if William DeFore, but whoever you want to talk about, that has come out of the pandemic and clearly has gone crazy on free society. you were just inundated with CNN or Fox News or MSNBC or rolling out vaccines or COVID death tracker counts or different variants. And you were just, then it was, well, Trump said this or Trump did that or the Democrats said this or the Democrats did that. And I think what happened was so many people consumed so much fear porn news and politics that once society reopened back up, they had become, I don't want to say indoctrinated, but they took this stuff and look, we do this for a living, right? We consume all of this way too much. I enjoy covering all of this. I enjoy consuming politics. I love polling. I love, from the most wonky political stuff to the social and cultural stuff that we talk about on this show. This is a variety show. I love all of it. But if I wasn't doing it for a job, I would not spend my day doom scrolling on social media or refreshing my browser to find out what the stories of the day are. Now you have individuals like this that perhaps already had a mental illness and it got exacerbated tenfold. And then when we resumed our normal activities, it was just like a ticking time bomb and only a matter of, when it was going to happen. And that's when I sarcastically snap back at somebody on X and I say, yo, touch some grass, homie, go outside, touch a woman for God's sakes, quit reposting everything that comes up on Truth Social or something that Gavin Newsom posted. Like, stop living this like it's the end of the days and times, for God's sakes.
As long as there's consent,
Right.
Don't just go.
Touch grass, touch a woman if she says okay.
Touch grass.
Make sure she's 18 or older, have her provide ID. Don't do it at work or HR will come after you. But some of these people just like, oh my God, dude, there's more to life than getting to the point where you feel like you need to take a hammer and bust through JD Vance's window. And I would say, and I've said the same thing about that lunatic in the Bay Area that wanted to knock out, that clobbered Pelosi with the hammer and his buddy in his underwear. It's just a mess. Like, stop already.
Let me ask you guys this: do you think that it is because I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but do you think that it's just because we, and I don't mean we, I mean the collective we, consume so much media and there's 24-hour cable news that like stories like this, they've always happened. There's always been nut jobs, but they're just exacerbated because of the fact that it's thrown in our face every hour of every day. Well, look at this, another I mean,
because the news never stops.
I just read a statistic here. Mass shootings.
Yep.
5 transgender people have committed mass shootings since 2013.
Right.
That's not exactly, an epidemic.
No.
So, we have to be very careful when we say, well, another transgender doing this because just because it's, they're usually nutcases, and people who transition, I believe, have something mentally going on in their head.
Well,
so,
when 1% of the population or less identifies as trans, that's Greg. 1% of the population committed 5 mass shootings.
The ratio per capita, right? Like we talked about the murder rates in Chicago. What was it? 17 per 100,000 citizens.
So that's an epidemic in your mind, 5?
No, I wasn't saying it was an epidemic. What I was saying is that there's enough of a pattern. I mean, off the top, Nick was just labeling, off the top of your head, what we've reported in like less than 2 years.
Right.
Significant.
All the ones that I mentioned have all happened since this show started.
Okay, so
because we pick and choose what we cover and what we don't.
Well, we pick and choose things that the mainstream media doesn't cover.
That's not true.
Think about this.
The reason you're covering this story today is because it's the big story on X. That's the reason we're covering it. Yes, it is.
It's because it's the vice president of the United States.
I agree. Yes, I agree with you. 100%.
Kind of an important figure.
Agreed.
But Nashville, some of these, Greg, are attacks on. You think about that Nashville shooter. You think about the Minneapolis, kids in a church in a parish school. Like, you know what I mean? There's Charlie Kirk. That situation. So these are what I think strikes people is that all of these individuals, what they have in common, they're people who have had every blessed opportunity. As far as even look at Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, people who come from 2-parent homes. They've had all the blessings and opportunities in the top, let's say, 5 to 10% of people.
Perfect example locally, Dawn. Pfeffer that killed Marissa Fitzgerald's husband. That
Miles
wealthy
Pfeffer.
kid up in, what was it, Cheltenham or Buckingham Township? Yeah, grew up in $1 million home. That punk.
And is alleged to have, I would have to say, well, now he's
convicted.
He's
right?
convicted, so we can say that.
Yeah.
Stands over a uniformed officer after gunning him down, stands over his body and continues to shoot into him. Yeah. So there's something, I would say, whether it's trans or just mental health, I think there's enough of a pattern here. I wouldn't just point to trans, by the way. The only reason I brought up trans was actually, Greg, a point that you made like 3 years ago or something about, is anybody studying the combo of all of these medications?
That's the and if you want my opinion, that's the common denominator here. It's not trans, it's not this, it's the medication that these people are on.
Trans is just one ingredient in the pot.
Just 1
billion%. And that nut job who broke into Paul Pelosi's house,
and we covered that,
was on some covered it, we
talked about it.
We mocked it. No,
I didn't mock
Trump Jr. had underwear and a hammer. It was funny. It's funny when the other side does it. Now that it's Vice President J.D. Vance, everybody's like, "Oh, he's trans." This is the, you know what I mean? So we do pick and choose what we mock and what we don't.
You hit Paul Pelosi in the head with a hammer. I'm not mocking that.
Of course you did.
No, I did not. I did not mock the actual assault.
Stop.
We were wondering who Paul was in the house with in his underwear.
But in this case, I mean, when I first saw it on social media last night, I responded. I think it was Benny Johnson's, one of his, whoever it was, and I wrote "sad." Yeah, that was my first. It makes me sad. I'm not mocking it. I just think that we're looking at it all wrong. But I will tell you that, so the question here is: was this kid, whatever was going on with this now 26 years old, how long was that going on? How many medications? And then on top of it, it just seems like this individual got a lot of attention and praise, and this is a common thread again. If they play into certain, let's say, narratives, and then on top of it, does all of the talk, right? The talk on social media make a person like this, who allegedly, apparently, is already mentally ill, feel emboldened to take a hammer and smash into a window containing a couple with their 3 young children.
Right. And I'm wondering how he got that close, because it's not like he threw the hammer from 50 yards away, right? It's not like he was throwing an axe.
Yeah, what kind of security is
That's
there?
what I brought up yesterday. I'm like, does he not have 24/7 home surveillance? And I'm not talking about Ring doorbell cam.
We pointed out the fact that it's a gated property, so you have to physically get over the gate to get there, and you would think, even if he's not there, which he wasn't, thank God,
you would at least have one officer, right?
Or I would think there would be more than one.
Well, you brought up Pelosi. Remember that we learned that when Pelosi was home, remember that? They said that there was more security, but when she would leave as House Speaker and go to D.C., then they did have a security system, but the security was downgraded. So I don't have the answers.
But I also, from Dawn, you love to do media analysis. Think about this. The mainstream media will rush to label something racist, yet they won't label somebody as having mental health issues. For some reason, that's off the table, right? As soon as you claim mental health or the perception of mental health, you can't discuss it. It's taboo. It's a real thing, which I agree it is, but sometimes I think people take advantage of it. The mainstream media will not talk about all of the, quote, mass shootings that do occur in big blue cities like Philadelphia that technically, statistically qualify as a mass shooting, but they'll cover certain things. Yet stories like this, and this is why, again, I think the theme of the week so far in the first 2 days is legacy media versus social media. Without social media and without X, a lot of these stories that are forced to be cut, right? Like, think about it. Go back to Nick Shirley. CBS News is not doing something on Nick Shirley 3 years ago. If Nick Shirley unearthed this, and if it wasn't for X, remember the way X was with Jack Dorsey? Things would be labeled or flagged. You'd be shadow banned. You'd be blocked. You'd be deplatformed. It's almost like social media has now forced legacy media to take some of these stories and these reports more seriously. Is my big picture takeaway.
Well, the Minnesota thing has been going on. The investigations into it have been
Correct.
going on for a long time
Since the Biden administration.
It's just the fact that it was that guy who brought it up, who brought it to the attention of the mainstream media. You know, that was more of a local story than it was a big national story, and it became a national story because somebody, said something about it, which the vice president then retweeted or something on X.
Right.
So I do agree with you that story got into the mainstream because of X, and there's been countless stories that have gone into the mainstream because of X. I don't know if that's a good thing or it's a bad thing, because sometimes when you fixate on things,
true,
on X that you don't really need to, and they become a big thing because every dumb influencer's talking about it,
right? But I'm sure it goes the other way too. I'm sure there are stories on Facebook that are being circulated or Instagram that don't get any play on X because it doesn't favor or show favoritism towards, because everybody thinks X is right wing. That doesn't look, well for Republicans as well. I'm just not in that playground, so I can't talk about it.
And they also do a legacy media is always behind the curve on things. You know what I mean? So they'll find something and then like 2 or 3 days later they're forced to talk about it.
Well, that's what Tony
Dokapol. Oh, by the way, his first show didn't go so well.
I saw
all kinds of technical issues.
Yeah. Do we have that for the cut sheet coming up?
Of
Okay.
course.
Yes.
I saw that.
But the perp identified by police as 23-year-old Robin Westman was identified later, and I'm looking at a Wikipedia page. I mean, it's widely reported as transgender in that Annunciation school. But you're right. It still remains under investigation.
Okay.
But that was, so I think, yes, Greg, we do talk about these, but in that one, dozens of people shot, all these kids killed, and that's just it. I just think that as a society, we're looking at this all wrong. And I think the mental health path, and to Greg's particular point that, Greg, I give you credit because you've said this for years now, and that is, let's talk about all of the combo of these
drugs,
powerful medications.
Yeah.
And are they supersizing people?
The combinations
of
them, too.
the violence.
Oh,
you know
I
what I
have
mean?
anxiety, and I want to be on this for hormone therapy, and I have this for that, and I have this for that, and oh, my blood pressure's high, and oh, this, and it's like, oh my God, it's a recipe. You're 20 years old, and you have a cocktail of all these medications you're taking. I mean, it's not good for you.
Yep. All right, coming up next, last segment before we get to what's on the cut sheet. The headlines are as follows. In ending, Stranger Things committed TV's ultimate crime. Headline 2, Stranger Things Season 5 is not nearly as bad as fans claim. And also, headline 3, Will Byers is the gay kid 80s movies never let exist. We're going to get into that coming up next. If you are a Netflix aficionado, stay tuned. A little entertainment on the other side. But first, a word from our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. If you're looking to make a smart investment in your home, get to the amazing Bucks County Estate Traders. This place is unbelievable. Some of you that were out there for Veterans Day can attest to it. It's not your typical furniture store, right? Their showroom in Hatfield, it's massive. 58,000 square feet, over 16,000 pieces. Every piece, high quality, hand-selected, and built to last. They make the whole experience easy. If you want guidance, their interior designers will point you in the right direction. If you'd rather browse at your own convenience, well, bring your cell phone in because we know you bring your phone everywhere. Every piece has a QR code with photos, details, and pricing. It's simple, it's transparent, it's right in your hands. You'll find high-end furniture, antiques, art, decor, and one-of-a-kind pieces you're not seeing in the chain stores. And if you want something customized, they offer full upholstery work to get the exact look that you desire. Right now, take advantage of their New Year, New Home Sale and save 20 to 50% on furniture, decor, and one-of-a-kind pieces with real character. Skip the big box stores. Shop family-owned Bucks County Estate Traders. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com, and the sale ends on January 9th.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
CallEmmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. It's a fact that too many Americans in or near retirement put off long-term care planning because they think that the coverage is too expensive. A study by the Kaiser Family Foundation revealed that 87% of adults believe long-term care protection is unaffordable, and only 15% have secured coverage. But this week's expert report explains why avoiding the conversation about long-term care can end up being far more costly than facing it. Government data shows that out of 61 million Americans aged 65 and older, 43 million Americans will need some form of long-term care for 3 years or more. Now, according to Genworth, the average cost of a private room in a nursing home in Pennsylvania exceeds $155,000 per year, while in-home care can cost more than $77,000 a year. But a simple, no-cost conversation with a retirement phase expert can eliminate the threat of long-term care expenses eroding your nest egg. Now, if you're between the ages of 55 and 80, you automatically qualify for long-term care protection, even if you've been turned down previously. If you choose to protect yourself with $100,000 or more in long-term care protection, your benefits could grow as much as 3 to 4 times its original value when care is needed. Now, you've heard how avoiding the conversation about long-term care could cost you your nest egg, but starting the conversation about securing long-term care protection costs you nothing. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com to schedule an appointment with a licensed retirement phase expert free of charge and learn how to eliminate the threat of long-term care expenses eroding your nest egg today.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today. at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 7:36 here on a Tuesday morning. Cut sheet in just about 10 minutes. Matt Rooney will join us for Tuesdays with Rooney. That's at 8:30 this morning. So, Netflix is incredible. And I am typically not, when it comes to like a series and a show like Stranger Things, would you consider that sci-fi? What would the category be? Because
it's sci-fi.
Okay, sci-fi. I'm not usually a big sci-fi guy. I like action, drama, comedy, things like that. And I'm usually not into the stuff that is super, super unrealistic. But I was completely hooked on the first 2 seasons of Stranger Things. So my wife was all about Stranger Things. She watched seasons 1 through 4.
Yeah.
And then she said, you should watch Stranger Things. And I said, all right, well, are you going to watch it with me from the beginning so I can get caught up? She's like, of course. So we watched last year before we moved into our new house, and we had a lot of downtime, and we were just kind of like in a real small place. So we watched season 1 and 2, and I thought it was fantastic. I have not watched season 3 or 4 yet. I probably should have done that over the holidays, especially with all of the trailers and the teasers and the promos for season 5, the final season. So season 5 has dropped, and the series finale has dropped as well. And there's a multitude of headlines. I mean, if you just Google Stranger Things season 5, I mean, every website, whether it's the USA Today, the Washington Post, the Guardian, Outkick, you name it, left, right, center, they're all talking about the ending. And I gave you those 3 headlines. The Guardian, in ending, Stranger Things committed TV's ultimate crime. Outkick writes, Stranger Things season 5 not nearly as bad as fans claim. The San Francisco Chronicle wrote, Will Byers, who's a character in the show, is the gay kid 80s movies never let exist. And a lot of this is stemming from the fact that Will Byers, in one of the episodes of the final season, season 5, comes out as gay. And I had no problem. I saw that people were reacting to it.
Spoiler alert!
Spoiler alert! Oh, my God.
Well, if you watch the series, you kind of...
You kind of knew it?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I mean...
Or that he was thinking about things. Or whatever.
Okay. Well, maybe that was in season 3 or 4, but I never got that vibe from whenever I picked up on him, the specific character in general, in season 1 or 2. But, like, I felt like this was like me as a wrestling fan where people were hoping for a different season 5 or a different final episode, and they didn't like the plot twist or the curveball that was thrown their way. Greg and I can relate to this as wrestling fans. We expect X to happen at the big season finale, which is WrestleMania, and we get thrown something different, and we thought the creative behind it was terrible. The writing was bad.
By the way, did Jericho come back last night?
They did not. But speaking of Netflix dedicated their entire Monday Night Raw wrestling show to Stranger Things last night. They had all of the, what was it, Hawkins, that radio station.
Mm-hmm.
They had the Hawkins truck
premise,
in the arena for wrestling. And you know, the underworld and all those like tentacles? The whole wrestling arena was littered with them. It was a whole, you thought you were walking into like a Stranger Things that you would see at like some museum. It was very bizarre for wrestling.
Cool.
But you know, that's neither here nor there. But like, I'm looking at this and, you know, the whole Will Byers thing, the amount of people that were losing their mind over this because they didn't get what they wanted is fascinating to me. And I actually think, and I'm glad that Outkick agrees with me, and I haven't seen it yet, but if that's your gripe, that Will Byers, I mean, like, did you not think that there were gay peoples in the gay kids in the 80s?
I will just say that, so we were, and even...
Okay, so you saw it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So I don't want to give stuff away because it's... So here's the thing. It was such a good series in the beginning.
Well, Greg says it jumped the shark in season 3.
But then they go into this long, like, dialogue stuff. And so it's like you've got monsters and cool stuff and all this. And, like, nobody cares. You know, even my, teenager, it's not like, he's like, who cares if they're, even the relationship between the two friends or if they're gay or they're not gay, whatever. Like, nobody cares. Like, go to the action of it. It just felt like they were just
Did they make a
vamping.
So did they make it? Was this like a political, social
No, I don't think
statement?
I just think they were. It was almost. It became like a soap opera. Like the two are talking, and even the two when they're supposed to go toward the portal, the two girls that has nothing to do with gay.
Yeah.
It was almost like, hey, let's create a dialogue between the two friends. They've got some drama, or yeah, what about if he's gay? So then we could just spend more time talking. It's almost like they were trying to fill the time.
So perhaps there are people out there like myself who have seen 1 or 2 episodes or 1 or 2 seasons, like my case would be. So who exactly is Will Byers in a relationship? And if you're obviously a fan of the show, you know who Will Byers is. If not, I'm sorry if this
There's
isn't
no
your thing.
I don't think there's not really they don't really show a relationship or anything like
So
that.
he wasn't like dating Dusty or anything, was he?
No.
Okay.
No, and I don't.
Because I haven't seen it yet, and
No.
I'm going to catch up on it. But
I don't really think that it was where I'm not even sure if he fully came out. They kind of handle it like be who you are and be true to yourself.
Right.
It was more the character. Oh my gosh, it's Uma Thurman's daughter and Ethan Hawke. What's her
Okay.
name? It's the one who plays the radio. She does the radio. She works at the radio station, so she's a little older than.
is that the girl who plays
younger
the girl who
kids.
plays 11?
No,
that's
not
Millie
Elle.
Bobby Brown.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
because
no, no.
she's hot as hell in real life. Have you seen her?
She's married to John Bon Jovi's son.
Really?
Yeah.
No, but it's oh my God, what's her first name? Anyway, her last name's Hawke. She's Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman's daughter.
Okay.
She's lesbian.
Okay.
She's in a relationship
On the show or
on the
in
show.
real life?
No, on the show.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she's like she and a girl realize.
Did anybody they're fighting like aliens, right? So
Right.
why does anybody care what?
Right, that's the point. It's like,
well, I mean,
if you're fighting aliens, really, you're going to take a moment, like when you've got this big monster like
Yeah.
in your face, and go like, "Well, I'm a lesbian." You know what I mean? It's just the whole thing. It just became like
people are so surprised that Netflix would introduce a plot twist with a gay character. I mean, are we forgetting it's big tech, it's Hollywood, it's Netflix? I mean, I'm not surprised if Amazon Prime would introduce anything like that on a series that Prime produces, Netflix, Peacock, you name it. Like, I mean, it's 2026. We know what Hollywood wants to promote and push, and you're blown away by that because what? The series is based on something in the 1980s? I mean, come on. I don't know. I just don't understand the uproar, but then again, I'm not going to just follow the crowd on social media. Netflix went woke.
I think it just was way overboard.
Oh.
With all the dialogue and with two
So
different people.
do they spend more than one episode covering that? Or not, I will say covering
Yeah, it's kind
that,
of a
but-
continuing theme.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. I'm still going to watch it though, so we'll see.
Yeah, it still was good. It just overall, I would say it became poorly written, and it was way too much soap opera, yak yak yak, and you want more action.
Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. My wife's now checking in. She says Dusty is your favorite. I
Yeah.
love Dusty.
Dusty's awesome.
He's got that weird lisp, the goofy teeth, the curly hair, the mullet, the hat. Oh, well. All right, 7:45. Let's get down to business. What is on Greg Stocker's cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? Sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring the ever-important Rooney Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. By the way, is Rooney going to be on time?
No, Rooney will
You'll love this.
Rooney will be joining us via Zoom. I confirmed it yesterday.
You guys will love this.
What?
During the break, so he hosted a morning show here with Sean Farish.
I saw clips, yeah.
One of the days we were off. Do you know he was an hour late to the morning show?
Matt, just don't ever come here again. Just anything you do for 12:10, do it from home.
So what happened,
To
Sean?
be fair, he tried to connect from home, and it wasn't working. So he drove in here.
Oh.
Oh.
So he drove in.
Okay.
Here.
Well,
But
then.
They were having technical.
But maybe we should connect at 5 o'clock instead of 6 o'clock, and then it wouldn't take you time to get in.
When I do a rare show from home, I always test at 5:15. just in case there are, issues.
Gremlins.
Unless they had a power outage, because he's in
Well,
Jersey.
and it was windy as hell during the holidays.
Yeah, so unless it was something like that.
Yeah, Rooney, don't ever come in here again.
Speaking of that, could you not make a major station announcement on a Monday? Could you do it like on a Friday?
Who, me?
Yes, sir.
Well,
Well, you're the head boss.
Why? What's wrong with Mondays?
Well, then, like, your phone blows up.
Yeah, I know.
Freaking day.
Yeah. Well,
Friday,
I'm
you
sorry.
could ignore people.
Wait, was your phone blowing up over somebody else's announcement?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, well, look, we go where the news takes us, so.
Okay. Well, feel free to deliver the news for those that are wondering.
Well, I mean, everybody
Might have missed it.
Rich Zioli will be doing a 1-hour national podcast, and we will be the flagship station from 6 to 7 p.m. here, starting next Monday.
Okay.
Starting next Monday.
Next Monday.
Next Monday.
January 12th.
So.
Wow.
That's
fast.
And the other piece to that is he will be joining us every Thursday at 7:45 for the cut sheet.
Okay.
So we're gonna have a double whammy on Thursday. We're gonna have Jimmy Fallon and Rich Zioli.
Wow.
Right. We're basically Fox News from 7:45 until about 9:30. That's
Cool.
correct. Now Zioli will be joining us via remote, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I would imagine he didn't come in for his own show, so he wouldn't come in here for the cut sheet.
That's absolutely correct.
Right.
It's absolutely correct.
Good work out of Rich.
So,
So then who's going to do 3 to 6?
Yeah, don't bury the lead here.
Have you made that announcement?
We're having
or the fact that we have a vacancy.
nationwide search for the next.
Is this like
3 to 6 p.m. host?
Is this like Greg Stocker Idol? Are you like
Yes.
Simon Cowell?
And for everybody that reached out to me yesterday, yes, everybody, like, I don't, there's no decisions being made, and there's no decision that has been made. And we can, I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to offer.
Wow.
Basically, in brand manager speak, I've got a lot on my plate. I'm going to circle back to you. Send me a demo and a resume. No decisions have been made. And
no decisions have been made.
Yeah.
You can have audience voting?
No.
I nominate
Idol.
I nominate Dawn Stenzelin to do 9 hours of radio a day. No. She'll do 6 to noon. She'll get a blow from 12 to 3.
6 to 3.
And then she's back in again from 3 to 6.
6 a.m. to 3 p.m. are not changing because consistency. Thank you.
You know what? I'm tired of waking up early. What about
No.
I'll go to afternoons.
No.
And then I'll leave for television or something.
No.
Yeah, because you don't need any of us.
You know what, though? Then if I was doing afternoons, there would be no nap. And I don't want to give up the nap.
You get to sleep
The
in.
nap is cherished. Yeah, but you know what? I don't like waiting all day to do a show.
Yeah,
I never
that's
liked
true.
that, right? Because you just lose your mind in preparation. So.
Mago Mush says put Road Warrior on from 3 to 6. I love Road Warrior.
Yeah.
I think a Road Warrior show would be amazing. To be honest with you,
Road Warrior show.
I do.
Yeah?
He's smart as hell.
Okay. Boy, so a big decision for you as the brand manager to make.
Wow.
How about that? Afternoon drive. Don't screw it up, man. Make sure you get it right.
Did I screw you up?
No. So far, you gave Dawn a show. You gave me a show.
Every decision I've made here has been
Right.
has
ratings
has-
reflect that. Yeah,
has worked.
We
Has
have
worked.
faith in you that you're going to get it right.
Every show I've done here has worked. So like, why?
Hey, here's an idea. Are you taking suggestions on the air right now?
No.
Okay.
Why?
I was gonna suggest.
No suggesting because I don't want to tip
Yeah.
anybody's hand.
No. It's nobody that's
Sip
currently
it.
on our air right now.
No.
I have to get this out. So let me say it.
Nope, don't.
Say it.
He's going to cause a whole. Then
Why don't you give Mark Levin afternoons? All right, that's enough. Down to business.
No, we're starting Monday. We'll have we're going to be teaming people up. It'll be a whole thing.
How about this? The Benny Johnson show?
No.
No? How about the Nick Sortor show?
Greg has so many tough choices because Greg has created such a deep bench here. And we have so much talent
look at
here and all around us.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Dawn.
Love you.
I love you too. It's good.
So don't call me. He's the boss. Don't text me. I'm just trying to quell that. I have no information. I have no pull. He's the man.
Newman Price and the Road Warrior show. I like it. Newman and Road Warrior.
Potential there for parody. Absolutely.
There is. There absolutely is. There absolutely is. All right, can we get to but by the way, like just so everybody knows here, like this is a great thing. Like we're like Rich wanted this, we want Rich happy. Like this is all this is a good thing here. So.
Yes. And congratulations to Rich. I'm forever
congrats.
indebted to you for handing me off this great audience.
That was beautiful to say.
And Rich did a great job. Remember in the infancy, Rich was shoving me down this audience's throat for like the entire month of September before the show launched. Like I was already sick of the show and the show hadn't even started. So. But I digress. Thank you, Rich. Best of luck, buddy.
Going national.
Dr. Phil McGrine, yes.
What?
Yes. I was just... It's a good point. Last night on... If you want to know what people are saying, go to the YouTube chat.
Oh, boy.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Please hit that subscribe button. Somebody said earlier... Let me just see. Here. Somebody said earlier that the like count was low. Let me just see here for a second.
No, I sound.
Only 122 likes. That is ridiculous.
There we go. Get it on.
Please get over to YouTube right now. Hit that subscribe button and hit that like button. Okay, please. Thank you.
Yeah, the like count's been very low. I mean, folks, the holidays are over.
Yesterday,
back to school, back to work. Let's go.
Yesterday we had 415 likes.
Well, you only asked for it 8 times. I would hope so.
I want to beat that today. Can the Tuesday audience? You know, you're my favorite audience. Tuesday, I love Tuesday. All the salespeople coming in today for their 1 day a week that they're here.
Yeah,
listening.
They haven't been here since Thanksgiving.
Listening as they're coming in. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Okay. I said we would get to things on time, and we're now 10 minutes late for the cut sheet. So I've
been on time 2 for 2 this year.
That's a bad job out of me. Last night's CBS Evening News did not go as planned.
Tony.
And when I say this, Tony DeCopel for his... Now listen, we've all been here, and especially Dawn Stensland, because she's done both. She's done both radio and TV, which is why I wanted to play this, because we've all been there. It doesn't seem like the script was written properly, if you know what I mean, Dawn. But my larger point in this is this is where people like this could shine and really show personality and really show that they're not just dopey puppet heads who can't speak off script. And I don't think that he proved this yesterday or last night. Roll this.
Atmosphere. With Maduro now out, that base of power and influence could be out too. All right, to other news, as you just heard from Jill. Well, to other news now, to Governor Walz. No, we're going to do Mark Kelly. First day, big problems here. Are we going to Kelly here, or are we going to go to Jonah Kaplan? We're doing Mark Kelly, possibly demoted from his retired rank of captain in the Navy. Hegseth issued what's known as a letter of censure for the Arizona Democrat over his participation in a video that called on service members to defy illegal orders without specifying which orders.
So it sounds like he had...
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
So it sounds like he had a Walz in the script, in the teleprompter, and the graphics showed a picture of Mark Kelly.
Dawn, I'll let you get first swing as the TV aficionado.
Yeah, so remember so you can look at Katie Couric, morning show, went to the CBS Evening News, was hired away from NBC's Today Show, right? This guy, he was on their morning show. Now they think he can be the evening anchor. It's a different skill set. And so, there's no shame in people being, if somebody's a news reader, quote unquote, that's a skill set. Jim Gardner locally. Yeah. You didn't see Jim out reporting live. That wasn't, for what, 30 years, right? 3 decades or more. Mm-hmm. He was the evening anchor, did a fantastic job, was consistent, made it look easy. It's not easy.
Right.
And not many people, so I would take you to somebody, a mentor of mine, Lester Holt, somebody who was a reporter first, then went on to anchoring. So Lester would have handled that. You would never have known, for example, that right there happened. Lester would have smoothed it over.
Yeah.
So these jobs, even though we may make fun and they make a ton of money, this is a specific skill set. And so he was a morning guy, and they're on an ensemble cast, and they're very chatty, and it's very loose. This is, you are under that microscope. That camera is on you, one and only. And man, anything goes wrong and you don't handle it perfectly, that's what happens.
So he basically just proved that he's an actor reading a script. He had no ad-lib ability. He couldn't entertain. And look, we've all been there. I mean, I've been there in the big take where either I send something Phil by accident or didn't include something, or Phil didn't load something, and I call for something in the big take and it doesn't happen, and it sucks because you feel like, oh man, like if I screw up or if Phil makes a mistake, I can feel it in my body. Like, so I understand what he's going
That's
through.
because, can I just say, I don't mean to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but can I just say that is the producer training in you, like the producer training in me, because I still get it too.
Yeah.
When I worked for Smirkanish, if we did not have a cut right there,
That's how I was with Burnout.
I got chills because I was going to get yelled at. So
Right.
I 100% know what you're going through, but that's not the host in you, that's the producer in you.
But it's never, if you are you're the evening news anchor, and I know it's his first day, but to say first day, we're having a lot of problems. I mean, when I worked starting out, like out of college at little Wink TV in Fort Myers, Florida, I wouldn't have said that.
Okay.
It's just, you just don't say that.
Yeah.
We're having a lot of problems first day. It's not your first day.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the problems have nothing to do with first day. Maybe they had to change up in the lineup. So to me, I just think it was a very bad look, and it looks like amateur hour, and this is a huge job.
And to your point with Jim Gardner, Jimbo had that certain role. He was great at it. I used to love that action
everybody
news.
loved him.
He was the best, right?
Yeah.
But not everybody. I mean, Dawn, you're in rarefied air. Some people that were in TV that go to radio, they can't fill. I mean, think about this, and we all know this that work this show or any radio show. You're given a chunk of time, and you have to fill the time, and it's raw, it's organic, it's not scripted. I mean, I can put a show sheet together. Greg can have a cut sheet. I could type up a big take. We still have to fill lots of time. 5% of this is prepared. 95% of it is just what happens organically as the show evolves. Like, I mean, Greg might say something or Dawn might say something that we didn't see coming, and next thing you know, that becomes the show for the next 7 minutes, right?
But so he did a morning show with an ensemble cast. That's just it.
But in TV,
but now
right.
it's in television. It's different because he's the only voice. That camera is on him, and so you saw him squirm.
So who do we blame?
You never
for
want to
this?
see. Well,
Is it
I'm
the
sure that they
producer's
blamed
fault?
a producer, but I
Okay.
also think that, I just think that CBS, there's such a legacy to it, and does this hurt him in the long run? Of course not.
No, it'd be
Of course
forgotten
not.
about in 2 days.
He had a bad moment, and I'm sure he's a smart guy, and he'll get it. But I also think that you cannot have any more of those moments.
So at that level, who do you think is responsible for writing all of that? Does he write that, or does the producer?
I hope he does.
Okay.
I hope he, he would rewrite and work with the team.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they had a lot of breaking news and a lot of late changes, and that's what happened.
Well,
It happens.
where's the proofreading? I mean, I know when I type
But
up
that's
my
not
big.
it. That's not it, Nick.
No?
It's that they had a lineup, but it's a live show.
Okay.
So they have the lineup, and you have the graphics, and everything's coordinated. And he probably had a 20-second reader.
Okay.
And so what happened was somebody changed something, and they didn't take it out of prompter.
Oh, okay.
That's
So
what
there was
happened.
one adjustment made on one part, but okay. Because like when I write the big take, I do it at 4:00 in the afternoon, and then when I come in the morning, I read it again just to make sure. And God knows there's already grammar and punctuation mistakes, but I'm just making sure that I've got it to the point where when I deliver it, I don't sound like I want it to feel like almost like I'm memorizing it, right? Because if you try to read it, it's the same thing with like a live read. And we've all done this before where maybe we've had a live read and we've never read it before. And that first time reading it, when somebody else writes it and then we criticize the copywriters like, this person wrote this like I'm supposed to read it like a robot. Well, actually, you probably should have read it before you read it on the air.
But he's in the studio with a floor director I don't think they have robotic cameras. I don't think so. I think because it's union, it's New York. So you have 3 camera operators, you have a floor director, probably a producer in there, and then a control room with probably 10 to 15 people in the control room, some of them speaking in his ear. So probably the better thing to do, because everything's fast paced. You have the graphics people, you have the audio, you have a lot of moving parts with the video, etc. So probably I would suggest that he should have just continued on with the story.
Yeah.
And then even put up his hand and say, we're going to talk about Kelly in a moment. Right now I'm going to talk about blah, blah, blah. So sometimes you have to take that control, even if they were supposed to have dropped that story, just headline the story and then move on.
Well, we're going to talk about Kelly, Mark Kelly, because he was censured.
Yes.
Is that correctly?
Yeah.
So he went on by Pete Hegseth. He went on TV last night to respond to Pete Hegseth's censure announcement. This is 24.
I'm struck by the way this does and doesn't fit the pattern of other acts taken by the Trump administration in this past year. They have taken different types of acts of retribution against people who they see as their political opponents or their political rivals or their critics, running the gamut. Everybody from members of the board of the Fed to other elected officials to indictments of former Trump administration officials. And so it seems to fit that sort of pattern in one way. But with you, there's also the substance of the matter, which is why they're going after you by their own admission, which is advising service members that they do not need to, and indeed they must not disobey illegal orders. Do you think this is part of something they are trying to fundamentally change in the military in terms of the way the president uses the military, the way he orders them to act, and the kinds of expectations we have for ethical and lawful behavior by U.S. service members?
Well, could be partly that. I think the bigger thing here is Donald Trump didn't like what I said, and he was so struck by it, and in some ways, maybe I hurt his ego in a way that he now is starting to understand that members of the military don't have blind loyalty to him. He should know this. He's the commander-in-chief. He's been president before. The loyalty is to the Constitution, not to a person. And, he didn't like that. And, he did what he normally does, which is opens his mouth before he thinks, and then doubles down on it. And these are dangerous words, because if he can get me to shut up, I'm a U.S. senator. I was an astronaut. I spent, 4 trips in space. I flew 39 combat missions. If he's successful in getting me to not speak out against him or the government or Pete Hegseth or whoever and not do my job, what does that say to all these other retired and ex-service members? What rights do they have anymore? And this extends even beyond that. I think if they're successful in, and by the way, Rachel, they're not going to be successful in ever shutting me up. That doesn't, they could go as far as they possibly can go with that. That's not going to happen. But if they can, punish me in a significant way, that's going to silence other critics of the government. And that is a foundational problem for our constitutional democracy.
Well, there she is, Rachel Maddow, 1 day a week, Monday Maddow, earning her $25 million. I would also argue that Senator Mark Kelly left his logic and his brain in space, but that's neither here nor there. My problem is the opposition and resistance to everything that Trump says or does. That's why there were no leaks on this last mission in Venezuela, because of people like Mark Kelly, a senator or a congressional leader, somebody in Congress. That's why nobody was tipped off. That's why they went through all of the rigmarole yesterday, throughout the day into the evening. He is the commander-in-chief. He is the leader of the military. And we have senators or congressmen and women telling active military members, you don't have to do this or that. Active military members do not answer and respond to elected senators or leaders in the House of Representatives. They respond to at the behest of the commander-in-chief, the president of the United States, Donald Trump. This is, to me, one of the most and I'm surprised it's actually still in the news again, and I understand why it is, because Hegseth wanted to censure Mark Kelly, and I don't ever want to see it, because you could censure somebody, but there's still media outlets that you can go to, like Kelly did there on MSNBC. He could still go to his X account. So you're not really, quote, silencing anybody. But the fact that you are in such resistance to Trump that you would try to tell the military, pump the brakes, you don't have to do that. Stay in your lane. Let the commander-in-chief handle things. And if he is violating the Constitution, well, then there will be, repercussions for that. I just don't understand that story. I've never understood why these people want to. And by the way, tomorrow, first Wednesday of the month, Window Nation Veteran Spotlight. I've interviewed many veterans, and we never talk politics. You know what they always say? We do what the president tells us to do, whether we think it's a righteous mission or not. This is the job we signed up for. We get our orders, and then we go execute them.
It's pretty obvious that Kelly is running for president. And
you think?
Yeah, he's going to run for president. And
get what, 4%?
And and remember that locally, Representative Chrissy Houlihan was among those as well who were with him on that video, and we had reported that at the time. So for him, though, because of his this could affect. It's still under review, but it could affect his pension.
Oh.
So there are financial ramifications to this.
Gotcha.
California Democrats are now taking away federal law enforcement officers' qualified immunity if they wear a mask, but not the mask that you're thinking of, Nick Kayal. It is the ICE mask. Gavin Newsom is making ICE officers dox themselves or face financial and criminal legal punishment in court. This is cut 2.
Federal law enforcement officers now have to show their faces while on duty.
A new state law took effect yesterday banning masks. It does give officers a choice, though. If they wear a mask, they lose qualified immunity. That's the doctrine that protects officers from individual liability for their actions. The Trump administration has sued to block the bill, claiming revealing agents' identities puts them at risk.
I would absolutely advise them to continue wearing the mask. And the mask is because of what has happened in the last 10 or 11, 12 months in this country, where we have federal law enforcement officers. And when we talk about federal agents like ICE or state troopers or the great Philadelphia police officers, when I say I stand with and I back the blue, I back it at the local, state, and federal level. And these people have a job to do. And we have these losers on social media that will dox. We have, our very own Sean Farish has been swatted. Mm-hmm. This is, as Tom Homan says, it's impediment. All right. It's obstruction of justice. And oh, by the way, it is illegal to do. And because you don't like a policy, think about what you're doing. Somebody enters the country illegally. The law enforcement has been deployed to remove illegal entrance into this country. You don't like it. And since they're wearing a mask to protect themselves because of what you have caused, the fear and safety of them as well as their family, you now want to and Gavin Newsom wants to play hardball. If I'm Trump, I wouldn't give a dime for Pacific Palisades. You want to keep playing this game and demonizing? I thought we were over the defunding the police movement. It's just been elevated to the federal level now. It's the same thing local cops had to deal with in 2021 and 22 and 23 and 24. Now it's the demonization and the demonstratization of federal ICE agents, including the Hilton hotels, which we'll get to that in a little bit. Just embarrassing. It's just like these guys are doing a job, okay? Whether these are very serious illegal immigrants or illegal aliens, like gangbangers, drug dealers, human traffic smugglers, drug peddlers, or just somebody that's here illegally that shouldn't be here, that's what you're going to do?
No, it will not be the Greg Stocker show from 3 to 6 p.m. Please.
That would be, I have enough drops of you on the board. I could create a show of you just on my little purple hotkeys.
No, I am the brand manager, so I could just easily just say it's my show.
Hey, you wouldn't have to get up anymore at 4:25. You could come in and do your
4:25.
What?
I get up at 4.
Okay. You could come in like, in a low level market where the brand manager comes in at 10 o'clock, does the log and does all the clerical stuff, does some imaging and some promos, and then jumps on the air and does the afternoon show.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
The Stalker Show.
We're a successful show. Why would I break this up?
Well, that's true. And Dawn's already said you're not allowed to leave.
Yes, I have.
It's in her contract.
That's right.
Well, it wouldn't matter if I left, right, Nick? Because it's
That's
all
true.
It's all you.
Boy. Every day with this. Yeah, good God.
Greg may be ovulating. That is absolutely correct. Former CDC director Robert Redfield said mandating the COVID vaccine was a, quote, huge mistake.
Do you think?
He was on the Ask Dr. Drew show.
Did he get Fauci's permission to say this is my question, because I was told Fauci is the only guy that could talk about this.
How about Ask Dr. Drew from 3 to 6? We can have Dr. Drew talk to us. How about that?
How about Dr. Marion Mass?
How about Dr. Boombaz?
How about Dr. Oz?
He's a little busy.
Roll this.
You can't have public health without public trust. And we've really lost public trust. There were so many mistakes made during the COVID pandemic. And I try to acknowledge the mistakes in this book, honestly and straightforward. The things that we got right, yes, but the things we got wrong, call it the way it is. I wish my colleagues would also step forward and just acknowledge the mistakes that were made, because there were a lot of very serious mistakes. Probably the greatest mistake, of course, was mandating the COVID vaccine. I think that was a huge mistake. That was really government over.
Terrible.
It was not based on any science at all. It was just a strong opinion of certain people that said, we know better for you than you do. And since you don't want the vaccine, we're going to mandate that you must take it. And we're seeing repercussions of that now. When you see the data about the lowest vaccine rates in the country that we've ever had, it really is a direct consequence of the government overreach, where the government really took away personal choice. And we now know that, as you know, the mRNA vaccines have been responsible for significant vaccine injury, which many people only got because they were forced to get. And so there is a lot of anger about that in the public. And, I'm sure you see in my clinical practice, I'd say about 15% of my clinical practice now is mRNA vaccine injury. And these people are quite injured.
Dr. Robert Redfield, a guy I like a lot more than Dr. Tony Fauci. And boy, when Stalker was having his little outburst at 6:02 this morning about vaccines in South Carolina and meningitis and all this, you know what? Robert Redfield is right. Vaccine hesitancy for ones that are 100% effective and very safe are at lower levels. Why? Because we have a lack of trust in big pharma, in our healthcare professionals. We have a lack of trust in every major institution right now in the United States based on what happened 3, 4, and 5 years ago. So I have no problem with it, but just be consistent. That's my thing. So if you're outraged over Bobby Kennedy and the new CDC suggesting or recommending you don't need this, then just give me that same outrage and let's go back and put the tape in the VCR and rewind it. Were you outraged when the government said you must get this shot? And I just want to know where the My Body, My Choice crowd was, right? Because I always hear that about a different topic in the world of My Body, My Choice. But boy, man, when that vaccine came out, it was roll up your sleeve or grandma's going to get it. Well, why? My body, my choice, right? I'm 36 years old. I'm 190 pounds. Why? I'm 5'10" at the time. Why do I need to get the vaccine? I don't need it.
By the way, I have a problem. My problem with this is that all of these guys now have all of these come to Jesus moments when they write books.
When it's convenient.
And
right.
I have a huge problem with that. It's like, where were you 5 years ago?
It doesn't take courage to say it now, right?
Yeah. It doesn't.
It took balls to say it in 2021.
100%.
When you could be ostracized.
If he would have said that in 2021, he would have been banned.
Well, that's what happened to
Twitter. You know what I mean? So,
Dawn, who's the Bhattacharya?
Yeah.
At Stanford.
Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, I'm very skeptical with all of these people just coming out now writing books and going on talk shows and be like, well, I told you that.
I will give Redfield credit from the standpoint of he did start saying a lot of this in 22 and 23 He was on Capitol Hill. He was deposed. He was there for different testimony. He was one of the first that kind of came out and said, and I've always said, well, don't demonize this guy. This guy is every bit as qualified as Fauci. You put resume to resume. If you took the names off, you wouldn't know the difference. You'd be like, oh, those are two well-respected people in their field. And then you throw the names down, and one was the guy who was the gospel of science, and the other guy was the guy that started to talk out a little bit about it. By the way, Jimmy Kelly has nominated Dom Giordano to go from noon to 6 Monday through Friday.
I'm sure Dom would love that. I'm sure Dom would love to do that. More chemicals are being added to our food in America.
Great.
Do either of you eat sugar-free Oreos? Good God, who's eating sugar-free Oreos?
No. If I do an Oreo, it's probably once a year, and I'm doing the double stuff.
So, oh God.
You get like 4 of them, put them on a plate like you're getting ready for Santa, and you dip them in the milk. But you dip them in the milk. I've got it timed to a science. It's 6 seconds. You hold it down.
Oh God.
And it'll still keep its
carbs,
shape.
Greg.
It won't fall apart or crumble, but it won't be crunchy. It just almost melts in your mouth. It's like communion.
By the way, how's that
diet
note?
start?
Yeah, has that diet started?
I had last night for dinner. I had tilapia, green beans, and a Spanish rice.
Which is why he's drooling over the thought of 4 Oreos. Day 2.
By the way, rice is carbs.
Yeah,
I told you I would go light on the carbs. Occasionally a rice.
Light.
I'm not. Look, you're the one who said it to me. I'm not. I'm not judging.
Even with the breakfast, the pita pocket with my egg.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna burn those carbs off throughout the day. I can't be eating hoagies post nap. I can't be making a sandwich at 7:30 after already eating dinner at 5:30.
Were you doing that?
I honest to God, last night I must have. Between 7:15 and 8:30, I must have went out to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and just looked in 6 times. You ever had that? Like, what's in there and what's not in there.
Yeah.
And you just keep going back to it, and you open it up, and you're just looking around, and you're like, all right.
All right, so if you're eating sugar-free Oreos, first of all, God bless you. Second of all, they're made with a chemical that doctors use as laxatives.
Wow. Well, keep you regular.
Yeah.
Roll this.
Critics warn the new recipe could be trouble for your digestive tract.
Do you think?
One of the sugar alternatives in zero sugar Oreos can work as a laxative. Yeah, this one doesn't sound so fun, Vanny.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe that
The
Mondelez
food
spent
babe.
4 years in a lab to invent an
That's her
Oreo
name.
that gives you the runs. I mean, you can't make
Gives
this
you the
up.
runs.
It's the same zero sugar chemicals they use is the same ones that doctors use as a laxative. This product is aimed at people trying to quit sugar, people with diabetes and gut issues, and people who want to lose weight and are struggling with their health. But instead of helping them, Big Food is plowing them down with chemicals that cause more health issues. This is what happens when Big Food tries to engineer around sugar addiction instead of addressing it. It's not a solution to our health crisis, it's sabotage.
Any of these, by the way, that video courtesy of News Nation, the food babe is what this woman is called. By the way, that's not me saying it. That's her title. You can really make money doing anything these days, can't you?
So you skip the Metamucil and you go right to the sugar-free Oreos.
But here's the thing: the sugar-free thing, that's such a scam.
Yeah,
it's such a scam.
Well, the other products are just as bad, right?
Yeah, because it's like well, it's sugar-free, so I'm not eating sugar. Like, first of all, yes, you are, because there's sugar in literally everything. And second of all, like, there's probably no added sugar. You know, there's sugar in it, but there's probably no added sugar. And second of all, like, to that woman's point, what other crap are they putting in there?
Yes.
Laxatives.
Right. Yeah, I was at the chiropractor, and Dawn, you know who he is,
Yes.
and he always loves when Greg says chiropractors are not real doctors.
They are not.
And he said he gave me this pamphlet because everything is, natural and organic at a chiropractor with the manipulations to your spine. And they gave me this gut health brochure it's a class that they teach on how to improve your gut health. And your gut health really does determine your health in general, right?
Yes.
So I actually read it over the break. It was like 2 or 3 pages long. I'm going to go.
2 or 3 pages?
Yeah,
I read it.
I read it. I'm going to go back and I'm going to try that. A lot of good natural, just based on what you put into your body or what you don't put into your body.
Yeah, by the way, I'm looking it up. Oreo cookies are sold in the UK and parts of Europe.
Yeah.
But not with the same ingredients.
Of course not.
So no high fructose corn syrup, no titanium dioxide, and they have to meet the local standards, which the exact cookies that Greg is talking about, they don't allow those because of all the chemicals.
How much shorter?
How about that?
How much shorter do you think the Oreo shelf life is in the UK with all of those ingredients that are no longer in it? Right?
Well, that's a good question.
Because if you go to the store right now and buy Oreos, they're probably good through 2027.
Yeah.
Right?
It's never good.
Yet in Europe, they're probably bad in less than 6 months. Right? I would assume the expiration dates are much shorter.
Twinkies and Oreo cookies will be here after a nuclear war.
Twinkies. Never was a fan of the Twinkie.
Yeah, so stay away from the public service announcement at 8:21 in the morning. Stay away from the sugar-free anything.
Yeah.
It's garbage. Don't eat an Oreo. Ugh. First of all, if you're going to eat a cookie, an Oreo is not the cookie to eat.
Really?
No.
What are you, a Chips Ahoy chocolate chip guy?
Nothing in a package. Eat a
bakery?
If you're gonna go somewhere, if you're gonna eat a cookie, honestly, make a chocolate chip cookie at home or
something delicious,
or go get one. You know what I mean? Like if I'm gonna burn those calories. By the way, Road Warrior is calling you out for saying that you're burning calories. Like, what are you doing burning calories? You're sitting here for 4.5 hours.
Oh, I go to the gym after this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll burn that breakfast sandwich. No, before the nap.
Oh.
The gym helps the nap. Yeah.
Smart.
Mm-hmm.
Today cardio day?
You think?
No, I was asking, is today cardio day?
I do cardio every day.
Do you?
It just doesn't show.
Do you run?
Yeah, I go, I start the treadmill at 5.0 speed, and then I go up to 5.5, and then I go up to 6. I stay at 6 for a couple of minutes.
That's good.
And then I'll do little bursts of 6.5, 7.0.
That's good.
And then I drop it down to like
7.0.
For 20 seconds.
How did I beat you in the 5K if you're doing 7.0s?
Good question. And I put it down to like 3.0, but then I boost the incline up to like a 7 or a 10 and do like the incline walk, like the power.
So how long do you do that?
20, 25 minutes, but then I might jump on the elliptical for a mile.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think you actually finished the bike ride or the run.
Okay.
You just disappeared. I think you were in like a police escort.
You can believe what you want to believe.
No, I've seen you. You shot. You went across the Ben Franklin like Evel Knievel out of a cannon.
Oh, just wait. I
might start this year from Hamilton.
Well, you said that you wanted to discuss that you don't want to do it this year.
Right.
What?
Yeah, I'm just going to be like an MC.
No, you're not.
Or I'll go in the dunk tank like Zioli did.
No, you're not doing any of those.
Maybe I'll just do the final 10 miles.
No, you're going to do the 65 miles like we
I'm
all
getting
are.
older, Greg. The knees, the whole thing.
Dawn's doing it with us too.
Yes. And Michael and David, they committed.
You're really in.
Yeah.
Like you said you were going to be down there last year and you showed up after we were already gone. You're really
Everybody else was still there.
Yeah, you're really going to do it. If you will really
Ask Captain Kirk, he's got all kinds of pictures. We did the dunk tank.
No.
I mean, that is the whole thing. I will say that people are so poofed out that in past years it went longer and there's like a party, but everybody was like, you know what I mean?
This past year was too hot.
Yeah, it was just so hot.
I just wanted to go home and get a shower.
So I will say it's, I wish they had something where, I don't know, let's get a big, for a lot of people, I have no problem with saying, if you're going to be poofed out, then do half of it so you stay for the after party.
The ride home sucks.
CRT on the YouTube chat
What?
says Nick's workout routine might have to be modified if he's gaining weight.
I think
That'd be
so.
nice,
Well,
you guys.
it's basic math. I'm consuming more calories than I'm burning. That's the problem.
Well, except that you're talking about all these chemicals. I swear to you, I mean, they've put this out here that all of these chemicals they put in the food actually mess with your gut and the way that we metabolize food.
Yep.
And that's a thing. That's what's going on.
As I start my Nutri-Grain bar.
So actually just that, good God. Dawn and I don't eat. I haven't eaten since last night at 6:30. I've not eaten.
You've gone 14 hours without eating.
Yes. I mean, I have coffee, But
that's not eating.
I have not eaten anything since last night. I don't know what time we had dinner. 6:30.
I had a couple of blueberries.
Blueberries are good.
And I had that little egg pita pocket, little half pocket. 6 for $6.
Hot Pockets.
Great for your gut health.
So just if you're keeping track at home, so far for the bike ride, and granted it's January, the bike ride for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation is in July. It's Nick Kayal, Greg Stocker, Dawn Stenslin, David Menti, Michael Menti.
Yeah,
both
too. Yep.
Both are doing it.
Yep.
Sean Farish's mama, and Michael Pelka. Is Michael Pelka doing it?
Yes, I think he did it volunteer in our group text.
So that's 8 just radio station people doing it.
That's right.
Let alone, everybody else we get, Chris Apolito, Road Warrior, obviously, Bob Fazio.
Mm-hmm.
Who's
Joe from Columbus?
Who's your guy that
Dave Madden?
Dave Madden, yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Don Meredith, I think. No, that's
Danny Don.
That's the MS the Monday Night Football guy.
Yep.
Dan Meredith.
Dan Meredith, yep. He's a big biker.
Let's take a break because I think we have Rooney on the other side because it's a Rooney Tuesday.
Well, if he's not ready yet, 9:15's fine or whenever he wants to join. That's cool. We could do that.
Actually, can we take a call real fast? Do you have it in front of you?
I don't have anything in front of me.
Marissa in Penn Valley, what's up?
Hey, Marissa.
Pretty nice.
Hi, you're talking about vaccines. You talked about the COVID vaccine, which is an mRNA vaccine. That's different from the other vaccines that the CDC is talking about changing the schedule and pulling it. And I'm a pediatrician, and I have a lot of concerns about this because I've got people who don't want to get vaccines for their children, who were vaccinating their children, and we're going to start seeing diseases that we've never seen in years and years.
Like meningitis? Like meningitis?
Epiglottitis, yeah. Epiglottitis, meningitis, measles, we're already seeing that. And even Hep B, everyone says, oh, it's only drug users and sexual activity. No, you send your kid to daycare and your kid gets bit by a kid with Hep B. Guess what? If your kid's not immunized, your kid's going to get Hep B. Mm-hmm. So we have to really think about what we're doing. And I don't understand why the CDC is doing it. And personally, I'm a Republican and I voted for President Trump, but I'm regretting because of this, what's going on. This is really a big deal what they're doing.
Well,
and I think our kid should be impeached.
Impeached. Marissa, as
or
Dawn
whatever
always,
you do to get rid of.
Al Green's filing. Al Green's filing articles of impeachment right now as we speak. But Dawn, you always say, and Marissa, I hope you hear this while you're still on the line. This is where parents have to do their due diligence and go to their trusted healthcare professional that they rely on and get their expertise. And if they don't like what they hear, they can always get a second or a third opinion. All the CDC under the new administration is doing is saying that, we don't necessarily recommend or suggest X, Y, or Z. It's not a ban. It's not a mandate where they're forcing you to take anything or telling you you cannot take that. All they're doing is changing the language and removing a few things that they normally have done in the past. I mean, I don't really think anybody, whether Republican or Democrat or Big Pharma or your local practitioner, I don't think you should take any of that as gospel from a politician or an administration. So I don't really think anything's changed.
The recommendations are causing people to not want to immunize their children because they're afraid. And I have people that have always immunized their children not doing it now. And it's really concerning. We are, as a community, the AAP and also just pediatricians are very concerned about what's going to happen. And we're going to start seeing diseases that we haven't seen in years.
But aren't some of these early childhood vaccines still required to attend public school?
Beth, but people get waivers, and now with the changes, they're probably going to change the requirements. I don't know what in terms of that, if there's going to be any changes or not. In our state, probably not, because we have a great governor, and also we have to also think, will the insurance companies continue to pay for vaccines if they change those?
They did come out and say that.
I believe that they will. You are correct. I believe they will, but think about this. There's a lot of mistrust, and people are stepping back, and they don't want their children immunized, even though they've been immunized, right? Most of these people that are now refusing vaccines
I'll give you an example.
Immunized.
My niece Molly and her husband, they just had a baby. Now, she right now is working from home. And so she had obviously been tested, And she said, why does, she and all of her kids, her 2 older kids, everybody's vaccinated, to your point. But she said, why does my baby, when I'm a stay-at-home mom right now, need on day 1 a hepatitis B? She asked the question. And so ultimately she and her husband decided they would not, because of what you said. They're not putting him immediately into daycare. That's a different. So I think this does require a real need for education for people. If you are putting your newborn baby or, as soon as possible into a daycare situation, then you should be educated on what these vaccines mean and protect your baby from. But the difference here is the mandates, number one, that a school, I think that's the real question. Will schools or different facilities mandate? And does the CDC now, does this make it difficult to mandate certain things? That's the real question in my mind. Insurance companies have come out and said the 18 that previously, now it's down to 11 recommended. But if you want all 18 for your baby, that's no problem. It will be covered. Mm-hmm. But I agree with Marissa on the education piece of it.
Sure, absolutely. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, Matt Rooney will join us on the other side as we continue What's on the Cut Sheet. It's a Rooney Tuesday. Back after this.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday. 4 locations close by: the Chestnut Hill Hotel, the Doylestown Inn, Media at the Hampton Inn, or in St. David's at the Radnor Hotel. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
For
a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
$8:35. Where's Kayal? What is happening?
Did he eat some of those Oreos?
I don't know. He must have.
That that kind of,
yeah,
keep you regular. Uh-oh.
He ate a sugar-free Oreo, and he has the laxative happening.
Oh, no.
But we have...
Hello, Rooney Tuesday.
What's up, Matt Rooney?
Hang
on.
Company, coming from the Schuylkill River, will he bring us food free?
What's up, Matt Rooney? No.
Happy New Year.
Dude.
There's
Hi, Nick.
There's Kayal.
Hello. Sorry.
There he is. He ate some sugar-free Oreos and kind of had some anal leakage.
Well, yes.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Welcome in, Matt Rooney.
I had the runs. What's up, dude?
Got to find my Tums over here. Jeez, I didn't know we were going that low this early.
Yeah. Of course.
Good to see you guys. It feels like it's been a while.
It has been a while.
I guess it has. Yeah.
Can I, since we're taking care of some family biz here at 8:37, can I ask you a question? So, we constantly get on you for being late to things.
Mm-hmm.
You were late to your own show when you were filling in for us over the holiday?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's much more heroic than you're making it sound.
Tell us.
So we could put a man on the moon. We can give Rich Zeoli a national podcast. We can't make V-Mix work with a Mac.
It's true. You're absolutely right, my friend. You're absolutely right.
So Phil is panicking. Everybody's panicking. I said, you know what? I got up. I put pants on because you don't always have to wear pants when you do this from home.
It's true.
But you do have to wear them to go out in public. And I bravely drove to Philadelphia. So, I mean, not that Sean needs any backup, right? The guy could do hours by himself.
Right.
But he only had to do 1 hour solo.
Okay.
So, so it's not as bad as Greg's making it sound.
By the way, why are you broadcasting sideways? It looks like you're facing like at a weird angle, and you're like...
It's his good side.
Yes, you don't want to see what's on the other side. It's like the other side of the moon.
Gotcha. But you sound good. That's all that matters.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. It is a Rooney Tuesday.
Yeah. Are you wearing pants?
EKZ, I think that's EKZ, says, Greg, please lose the Rooney intro song. Well, just for you, sir, I'm going to play it one more time.
Hello, Rooney Tuesday, here on Kayal and Company, coming from the Schuylkill River, will he bring us food free?
Rooney, calm down. Rooney!
It is a Rooney Tuesday, and you have to know, if you're in the YouTube chat and you tell me not to do something,
he's going to do it.
I'm going to do it, and I'll probably do it 10 more times just for you. Just for you, EKZ.
Thanks, EKZ.
And for what it's worth, it's in my contract. We don't get paid much around here.
That's
Greg's
true.
been paying me in Venezuelan bolivars. So it's the least they can do.
Speaking of Venezuela, Fox, so did you see this, that Maduro claimed that he was still president?
Oh, yeah.
And he's
a victim.
He was captured. He was still president. So Fox News' Jonathan Turley reacted to this news yesterday. This is cut 6, Phil.
Let's bring in George Washington University law professor and Fox News contributor Jonathan Turley is here. Jonathan, welcome to you. First off, it's been a big day. What struck you most so far?
Well, his statement in court was remarkable that he's still the president of his country. You would think that the prison jumpsuit would disabuse him of that concept, but certainly over 50 countries around the world would not accept that, and I don't think the court will either. This is Noriega 2.0. I mean, he's going to be arguing that he is still the head of state entitled to immunity, just that very few people believe that's true, and he's in a worse position than Noriega. So I expect that they're going to stick the landing on this. This is going to go to trial, and he stands an excellent chance of being convicted. I mean, the only scarier thing than that operation for Maduro should be the superseding indictment. I mean, they have a lot on him, more than most of us imagined.
And that goes back to when the CIA got on the ground there. We are told, dating back to August 2025, when the CIA unit deployed to Venezuela to start monitoring Maduro and his wife's movements. When you look at the charges here, narco-terrorism, cocaine importation, conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, conspiracy to possess machine guns, the wife's charges, cocaine, possession of machine guns. It's no wonder AG Barr was on Newsroom earlier defending the capture of Maduro based on what we know about him and his wife. Listen.
We don't have to play the whole thing.
Yeah, we don't need to hear Bill Barr. But, Rooney, this is such a fascinating story. We spent the first 90 minutes of the show yesterday talking about it. And then after we got off the air, I've seen people now claiming, oh, they kidnapped Maduro. And this guy should not have been abducted from they disappeared him. I mean, this guy is just on a different planet if he thinks he's still the president. And I believe it's right now, Polymarket is only giving him a 38% chance of being convicted of a crime, which is kind of fascinating. Your
Wow.
thoughts?
It's a New York jury.
Well, yes, that's what I
Right?
said yesterday.
Yeah, good call.
Yes.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, I mean, if this was Miami, it'd be over already.
100%.
Right?
Yeah.
He'd be hung
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like Mussolini from a meat hook. But I mean, this is New York City, where Luigi is a hero.
Yep.
President Trump nearly ended up in jail for doing something that normally is just a minor fine. So I've got a lot of faith that the Trump administration is going to take this prosecution very seriously. Don't have as much faith in the people of the Empire State. Wish I did. They're my neighbors.
Yeah, good point. Also, we got a lot of action coming in on social media. I just want to read this one. The fourth floor stall has weighed in.
Oh, yes.
Saying that they can confirm Dawn Stensland's claim of Nick Kayal with the Oreo runs.
Ew.
Disgusting. So you mentioned pundits calling this a kidnapping. The View's Sonny Hostin called Maduro's arrest a kidnapping and an act of war.
Wow.
0 for 2, Sonny.
7.
I can speak to the legal part of it. I think Anna can certainly speak to the geopolitics of it all, but it's not legal to do this. It tells people why not. Well, it's not legal because it violates international law, right? And this sort of represents this new, I've never seen it before, for the president of the United States to kill, I believe he killed over, the U.S. government killed over 100 people, including civilians and military, in Venezuela during this kidnapping and capture. And international law doesn't allow it unless unless Congress declares war, and Congress did not do that. So this country was founded on the premise of the balance of power, right? So you have checks and balances. So you have co-equal powers co-equal branches of power. So you have the judicial branch, and then you have the executive branch, which the president is a part of, and then you have, of course, the legislative branch, and that's Congress. And they're supposed to check each other. Mm-hmm. This president is doing whatever the heck he wants without any checks or balances. And I have never in my lifetime seen this type of regime change, which is what we just saw, work out well for the United States. It just doesn't work. And in my view, this is completely 100% illegal.
So what about the Monroe Doctrine?
Yeah.
I mean,
right. And we'll let Ana Navarro handle the geopolitical side coming up because she's got a different opinion than Sonny Hostin. But we played you yesterday, and I gave you Jonathan Turley and other legal scholars who, number one, point out how Democrats seem to forget their own history of past administrations that removed people. We talked about Bush. We talked about Obama, Saddam Hussein, Barack Obama didn't need Congress. And then we have a lawyer with us right now. I mean, I know Sonny Hostin has a law degree. But Rooney, you practice law.
Can I just say one thing before Rooney?
Yep.
Wasn't Sonny Hostin's husband indicted on fraud?
Yes.
Sit this one out, sister. Seriously.
Yep.
Sorry, Matt.
Yep.
Trifling details, Greg.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Matt.
No. I listened to Sonny, and I wish every single one of my cases was against her. She could barely explain the branches of government without getting verbal Oreo runs. It's brutal. I mean, what was that? I think you lose brain cells. Listen to that show. I mean, look, there is so much precedence for what President Trump just did. Now, the part about running Venezuela and rebooting their oil fields, that's obviously a much bigger Oreo to bite off here, right? So we're going to learn more about that as time goes on. But there's been an active warrant for this guy since, I think, 2020 out of New York State. Right? And you have the likes of Joe Biden and, in my state, former Congressman Malinowski, who's running again this year because he can't get a real job, taunting President Trump. Oh, yeah, he's not serious about getting Maduro. He doesn't care about getting Maduro. He just did it. Now, all of a sudden, it's illegal. I just wish for once we could have an honest debate with these guys. I really do. That's my problem with the left. We talk about it on this program and others on this station regularly. I have no problem with people disagreeing with me. In fact, I wish my show was just people calling in disagreeing with me because Stocker and Sales like it a whole hell of a lot better. It's more interesting radio.
Yes.
But I just want to have a good faith, honest debate, and you just can't have one with these people.
Well, they tried to call, but you weren't here for the first hour.
That's true.
That's true. But no, you make a great point as far as the past history here. and oh, by the way, the Biden-Harris administration, Rooney, they had a $25 million bounty on this guy's head, essentially, right? And what's the old adage? Is it Schiff or Swalwell, one of those scumbags from California? Taco, Trump always chickens out. Trump adores Maduro. He loves brutal dictators. He'll never do anything. He's all talk. Then he does it almost flawlessly, if not flawlessly, but we have to resist and complain about it now.
Yeah, and he saved us $25 million.
Right.
Which he and Marco Rubio had a very funny moment discussing at that press conference where they announced Maduro's capture. I mean, look, at the end of the day, these people don't really believe in anything other than leftism, Nick. That's the challenge we're constantly dealing with. America first means you're unapologetically advancing this country's interests. Sometimes that means we go in. Many times that means we don't have to. When that's your worldview, you're trying to take care of your country, protect its interests, its values. Life isn't that complicated. But for the left, they must have whiplash at this point because they're constantly trying to get on the other side of the orange man on every single issue. And I keep finding myself, like you guys, in the awkward position of complimenting John Fetterman, who I think said it best. Like, why can't we just be happy about this? We got a really bad guy with no American loss of life, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Speaking of Fetterman, I'll play Ana Navarro because she actually had a moment of clarity in this, which I can't believe I'm saying, but we'll play with her in a second. Excuse me.
Yeah, we'll play with Ana in a little bit.
We'll play her in a second.
Hang tight, Ana. You'll get your turn.
But I go where you people takes me. So Rooney just mentioned John Fetterman. By the way, can I just say something real fast here? So only 253 likes. If I don't get to 400 likes by 9 o'clock, I'm gonna play the Rooney Tuesday song on repeat. So youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Get on over there and hit that thumbs up button. It is free. Also, if you have not done so, hit the subscribe button. Don't tempt me. You know I will. You know I will.
He went from asking for likes to saying 9 o'clock hour is my favorite audience to Tuesday's my favorite crowd. So if I don't get.
Yeah. Tuesday. Yeah. And Matt Rooney's my favorite contributor.
On Tuesdays.
On Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesdays.
Yeah. All right, John Fetterman, roll this.
So, Senator Chris Murphy, your Democratic colleague, called the operation wildly illegal. America doesn't want this war. Nobody asked for this. And I think the most important conversation to have is Venezuela is not a security threat to the United States. They're not threatening to invade us. Do you want to take this on?
I respect my friend in Connecticut, but we have different views on this and perhaps other views as well. I just said this on my social media that, remind everybody that America is a force of good, order, and democracy, and we are promoting these kinds of values. We are the good guys. Let's pretend that now we are acting in a way. Now, remember, we all Democrats years ago wanted to eliminate him, and why have a bounty of $25 million if we didn't want him gone? Why would you do these things if you weren't willing to actually do something other than harsh language?
I think Rooney, eventually Fetterman's going to have to start voting with Republicans more often because he keeps saying what Republicans are saying more frequently and more often all the time, yet his voting track record, and that's kind of like the weird part of this, is he votes against Trump and Republicans, I think it's 94% of the time, but yet 100% of his sound bites are in favor of Trump.
He's playing it beautifully to get reelected in a purple state, right?
Yes. In a purple state, yeah.
He's got political skill that I think a lot of us, myself included, didn't give him any credit for. Now, of course, the challenge for Fetterman is going to be at some point, does it stop him from winning a Democratic primary? It doesn't take a whole heck of a lot. We know that the left doesn't put up with 95 or 94% agreement, right? You have to be with them 100% of the time.
Yep.
Or like the French Revolution, they march you outside and put you in the guillotine. But look, he's 100% right about Chris Murphy. You guys talked about this 2019 quote before from Chris Murphy. This is an exact quote, folks. If Trump cared about consistency, he would make the realest case for intervention in Venezuela. That was only 6-7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And what changed? Absolutely nothing other than the fact that Trump just did it. I wish at some point they would admit the game that they're playing, but they can't because they box themselves into this position where they don't have any other solutions. They don't have anything else in their platform. There's all this talk about how Republicans are going to be in trouble when President Trump finally leaves office because what's going to motivate their voters? That's real. I get it. But what is the Democrat Party going to talk about? I think that's the unexplored.
Yeah, that's a really good point, right? Like
they don't have anything.
Yeah.
Right. Like the boogeyman is gone.
Yep.
So who now
point.
becomes the bad guy? You could say J.D. Vance by default, the Republican, whether it's a MAGA movement or a old guard Bush Republican Party, will always be, quote, the lesser of the two parties. But you're not going to have Trump to pound on anymore.
Yeah. And look, J.D. Vance in some ways is going to be harder, right? The guy is very articulate. He's a good-looking guy. I love the memes, but that's not what he looks like in real life. He's going to be harder for them to turn into a villain.
The fat J.D. Vance meme with the beard is
hysterical.
I can't stop watching the video.
Did you see the one where he's peering into Maduro's window in the middle of the night, and he gets the laser eyes?
I watched one right before Christmas. It was like the 23rd of December. Somebody did one with Trump and fat J.D. Vance flying around in Santa's sleigh. Tossing out Christmas gifts. I watched it for like 8 times. It was like a 4-minute video. Not gonna lie, Rooney, I spent 30 minutes of my life watching it on repeat.
Oh,
probably a me problem.
Yeah, it's definitely a you problem. Let's play this Ana Navarro clip before we have to break here. This is Ana Navarro on Maduro's capture. Saying things that I maybe surprise some of you. I don't know.
And remember, Sonny sits right next to her. She could always kick her in the shin.
Well, she tried to. She tried to say, but you don't agree with the way it was done, though, right? Roll this.
Your question, who voted for this? The people in South Florida. The Venezuelan community, the Cuban American community, the Nicaraguan American community voted for this. And for us, this is a very, very happy day when we see a dictator who has been part of oppressing and abusing the Venezuelan people for 25 years, when we see him in handcuffs and held to some sort of accountability. It brought me to tears. It brought me great joy. And, I live in South Florida.
But are you okay with the way that it was done?
But you can, I think both things can be true.
Okay.
I think you can criticize and ask questions and have concerns about the way it was done and what this means in the future.
Right.
And I think you can still celebrate that this murderous, corrupt, sadistic son of a bitch is out of Venezuela. Because I think there's 8 million Venezuelan exiles all over the world. People have fled from this man's tyrannical rule. So for me,
look at the look at the scowl on Sonny's face.
Well, you don't agree with the way it was done,
Right.
What happened right there is why you saw the pivot by Democrats, because they realized they clearly were looking at polls and whatnot, and they realized early on, because the talking points changed from Saturday to Monday.
Yeah. I saw one of the polls. I think it was somebody on CNN, but it wasn't Harry Enton this time. There was like 58% approve of what Trump did and 42% did not. And they made it sound like this was some monumental loss for 40. I'm like, if 58% of people are on board with Trump, that's a pretty good day for Trump, considering a lot of times, whether it's approval ratings or things like that, he's in the low 40s to mid 40s or anywhere in that ballpark. 58% for Trump on a lot of things, I think is a very good number, but they tried to portray it like it was like, whoa, it's almost 50% that don't like it. I'm like, I don't know about that.
But they don't want the Hispanic vote to go to Republicans or Trump.
That's what who they should poll. All Latin, don't you think, Rooney? Like every Latin American individual that lives in the United States should be polled on this. And I would bet the approval rating is probably north of 70%.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the ball game. And look at my home state of New Jersey. That's part of the reason it was a landslide last November, because all of the Hispanic communities that voted for President Trump or moved strongly in that direction swung back over the course of a year due to a variety of reasons we've talked about ad nauseum. So, yeah, I mean, that's the ball game in 2026 as we head into the midterm elections. Everyone's not going to wake up, walk down to the refrigerator, and cast a ballot in the midterm elections as to who should control Congress. Every election now is a base election. I always think we kind of live in a pendulumocracy where whoever's in charge, there's this equal and opposite reaction where the other camp is charged up. So if this moves Hispanic voters back in the president's direction, again, very ominous news for the Democrat Party.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. We have Fight Club coming up at 9:10. By the way, I believe it's a Walmart Fight Club.
Oh, those are always the best.
Walmart Fight Club. Our own
IHOP.
Gary Stam. Contributed, and he's the winner of today's Fight Club winner. I mean, he gave us today's thing, but we're going to play yours, Gary, coming up at 9:10. So make sure you're getting over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Now, Kayal.
All right, Rooney Tuesday continues, fourth and final hour. And remember, if you don't get to those likes real quick, now you have like a 6-minute break. So get to the likes, click the like button.
Hang on.
Or you're getting this song, folks.
Here we go.
There you go.
Wait.
You're getting a full hour of it.
319. Oh, I need 80 people.
80.
80 people.
80.
80 people. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Dawn, if they don't, you can take them to
come
Portugal
away with
and
me.
Spain.
Yes,
they'll
next
like
spring.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, Portugal, Spain. Conservative Tours, Ken Chase, they've outdone themselves this time. And this is designed, catered just to you, our listeners, the favorite of Conservative Tours, I might add. So dining at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the entire event, along with 4-star accommodations. $57.38, yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia. Won't you come away with me? The Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, all the fun, just strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages, just brimming with those scrumptious seafood restaurants. Abito's, Fatima, of course, the elegance of Coimbra. Call now, 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais alone, they're worth the crossing, but there's more. We will discover together Portugal's answer to Tuscany. I'm talking about the Douro Valley. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in such a passionate way. We will learn why. Join me for all the history, the cuisine, the camaraderie that we truly share, unique beauty of the secret land, small but oh so impressive. I'll see you, Bellum Tower, conservativetours.com, Tell them Dawn sent you.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Oh yeah, 9:03, fourth and final hour here on a Rooney Tuesday. Matt Rooney with us in box 4 as the cut sheet rolls on. Fight Club, courtesy of Gary Stam, the first Stam submission that reaches the airwaves in 2026 is coming up in just about 6 minutes' time.
Jimmy Kimmel won the Critics' Choice Award for late night shows when he gave his little speech. He calls being taken off the air for a few days a, quote, near-death experience.
Please.
Oh, God.
He and Maduro are both victims.
Roll this.
I think that it's interesting. It was almost a near-death experience for me, and of course, not literally, but I did feel a little bit like Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn watching their own funeral. All this stuff happened, and to be here and to see that people reacted to it in a not just a positive way, but in almost a desperate way. We're like, oh boy, when they come after the comedians, this is when we draw the line, and we're very grateful that they drew the line at us.
Page 1 of the playbook, Rooney, for the left, whether you're poor or you have a gazillion dollars in the bank like Jimmy Kimmel, victimhood. You are always the victim. It doesn't matter if you live in Hollywood or if you're hanging out in Minneapolis next to a half-vacant daycare center. You are always the victim.
I kind of was surprised by my reaction to that, too. It's the first time I've heard that clip. Not the first time we've heard of wine, obviously. That's all he's been doing since this horrible thing happened to him. I mean, between him and Maduro's wife's bruised ribs, I don't know how I'm going to get through the day today without weeping for the state of humanity. But he calls himself a comedian. Is that really what he's doing?
No.
Is it funny? I mean, you guys have talked about this plenty. They're not funny anymore, and this is another thing that just continues to frustrate me about the left. You know, there's this thing called the market, and if people don't want to buy what you're selling, then you're out of luck. Nobody thinks you're funny, dude. There is a very small niche audience that wants rage bait, right? They just want to rage against the country, against President Trump. They want that vitriol and bile in their life. So go start a podcast and someone will listen to it. It's never going to be as big as Rogan, right? But you'll probably be able to pay your bills. But stop complaining, right? That you lost your show and blaming someone else for your own failure to bring a product to market that somebody wanted to listen to. Nobody did.
Plus, he made fun of Charlie Kirk's brutal, bloody public assassination. Had nothing to do with Trump.
Yeah. No, you're right.
And so does does this just mute out his alleged apology to Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica?
Yeah.
Well, now they've moved on to torturing his wife, right? We're all judging her as to what grief is supposed to look like. She's too happy. She's too sad.
She's too pretty.
Well, that's what it is. Everybody always hates the pretty girls. You and I know that, Dawn, is very pretty people. We're always dealing with that.
Can't relate.
Matt Rooney. Well, Greg Stalker.
Oh, thank you,
blue
baby.
eyes.
Yeah, baby.
Blonde hair.
Thank you.
It's not easy to be beautiful.
Those luscious locks.
Yeah. all of these late night hacks. We just talked about what are the Democrats going to do when the bad man's gone. What is Fallon and Kimmel and Myers and Green and Colbert and all these other people going to do when Trump is gone? I knew I saw something about Jimmy Fallon. I just Googled it. Jimmy Fallon is, I guess, apparently going to, or if he was live last night, took the cognitive exam that Trump has talked about taking. He took it on his show. Now, I can't imagine that that's funny. So all these headlines here, New York Times, Stephen Colbert doubts Trump's ability to run two countries at once. No joke, according to Late Nighter. Jimmy Kimmel takes Trump's cognitive test on Jimmy Kimmel Live. Jimmy Fallon questions how Melania could be annoyed by Trump's ballroom construction. This is courtesy of IMDb. Why we have, 4? If you exclude Gutfeld and you exclude Jimmy Fallon, you have Colbert, Kimmel, Fallon, Myers. Am I missing anybody else? I think that pretty much covers it. The amount of content, whether it's jokes or just offering their opinion on the president of the United States, hasn't that jumped the shark 7 years ago? Apparently it hasn't, but their ratings, they're not doing great. That's why they're scaling back.
But yet I mean, Colbert was canceled, but Jimmy Kimmel just got an extension. You know what I mean? They're not.
Well, he's safe to advertise on. That's why. I mean, he's probably bringing in enough money. Although, which one airs from the real expensive place that they rent in New York? Is it Colbert? Where's Colbert film it from? It's
the Ed Sullivan Theater.
The Ed Sullivan Theater, right?
Studio.
Yeah.
Studio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Historic.
10 people have been convicted of cyberbullying France's Brigitte Macron. You better not alert Candace Owens.
Candace will be 11.
Claiming she was trans and accused her of being a pedo for a relationship with her then teenage Emmanuel Macron. Well, that's a verifiable fact,
yes,
right?
That
he was 15 and she was 39.
But we never talk about that too often.
No.
Well, in France, in France, they have different rules than we do.
I don't buy that.
You don't think so?
I think I think that's still creepy.
Why do you think Roman? Well, I didn't say it wasn't creepy, but in France they have different rules. Why do you think Roman Polanski, that creep?
So it's not against the law, is what you're saying?
Well, in Europe in general, you as a 16-year-old, I've been told this over and over. When you're a 16-year-old, you're a man. As a man.
In where?
That's how they're raised in Europe.
Okay.
That is a
Meaning
and this
they're
is
an
Scotland.
adult?
This is that your family says especially to young men. You're 16 now. You're a man. You're not a boy.
Can you drink alcohol at that age and everything?
By the way, one defendant for the 10 people that were convicted for cyberbullying was sentenced to 6 months in prison. Wow.
Cyberbullying.
8 others were given suspended sentences between 2 and 8 months, according to CBS. This is Brigitte Macron reacting to this. Roll this.
Demain, c'est le harcèlement. Le cyberharcèlement. Après, j'en ai un autre.
There we go.
Contre
I
les
just
deux
wanted to play
femmes qui sont en train de jouer avec ma généalogie.
Playing with my
en
family
prétendant
tree,
que je suis
claiming
un
that
homme.
I am
Il y
a
deux
man.
versions.
There are 2 versions.
Soit
Either I was born a man or I was born
Brigitte.
I died in 1960, and it was my brother who...
Inutile de vous dire qu'on ne touchera pas à ma généalogie.
I can't.
Et que
No
c'est
one
quelque
will
chose
touch my
d'impossible.
genealogy.
Un extrait de naissance, c'est pas rien. C'est un papa qui un jour, ou une maman, qui va déclarer son enfant. Et qui déclare qui il est ou qui elle est.
God, I hate
On
the
ne joue pas
French.
avec
Yeah,
ça.
what a
Mais là,
hideous
moi, je me
language.
bats.
Can I
Je
ask
suis
you a
une
question?
race
How is that the language of
It's
love?
it's it's a horrendous language, Stenslin.
It is.
Oh,
It's a beautiful.
gross. It sounds like a
But I love Italian.
pompous
Beautiful.
elitist.
No, I love the romantic
Jay-offs.
languages. But no,
It sounds like you have too many Oreos in your bag.
no, I just think she's a public figure. Why is she paying so much attention to this? I mean, you're a public figure, and you can't handle. I mean,
Yeah, I get
look, some of
that.
this stuff is nasty.
Can I ask a very dumb question? But like for Candace Owens and all these people, why do you care if she's a man or not? Like what? Like what
I
is
don't
it?
understand the
What is it?
infatuation with
Like
it.
Yeah.
she's gonna die on this hill. Like who gives a?
And it's different versus Michelle Obama, right? Like the running joke on the internet is she's Big Mike, right? And Barack is Barry. But like,
But
the
look at how you're
obsession with
laughing,
it.
like you're not serious.
It's not
just
like
sort
a
of-
joke with Macron. It's this
It's satire.
weird infatuation,
Yeah.
right? Like she's ugly, but she's not a dude. Like I think we've had a pretty good track record on this show when we've played the game of male or female based on the visual presentation.
Yes.
When we do a lot of the nonsensical stuff on the cut sheet, we're batting pretty close to 1,000.
Yeah.
I'm about 100% convinced Bridget Macron is a woman.
Well, not ask Candace Owens.
Well, yeah.
She has receipts, according to people that
She never seems to
follow her.
provide any of the evidence.
Yeah, because she's a grifter.
Oh, exactly.
And by the way,
Right. She's making money on clicks.
Yeah.
Right?
I have-
mean, here we are talking about it.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good point. I mean, I have a relative who's a nurse on the main line who says you'd be surprised how many babies are born with both parts, and the parents have to make a decision.
You'd be surprised. I mean, no, stop.
Well, how many
Stop.
of those?
It's probably 2 people. 2 people.
That's not what she says.
Out of 1 billion.
No,
And-
that's not.
And I will say
I'll have to look
this
up the stats.
for all the mockery of this stuff. I do feel like if you're that's got to be a total mind f, right? If you're born with both, like I mean,
I don't know. Tell us, Rooney.
Rudy, what's
All
it like
right,
to
well,
have
hold
both?
on.
What?
Take,
Were you looking at
take us off air. This is a YouTube only special.
This is the bonus content behind a paywall. This is Kayal and
That's
Company
right, that's
Plus.
It's fans only. With
Like, I mean, if you're a dude and you're a dude, but you think you're a chick, all right, something's wrong, bro. But if you look down and you've got the opening and you've got the extender, it's.
All right.
It's not a problem I'd like to have.
Let's do this.
1.7% of babies. are born-
1.7% of babies.
1.7.
That seems really high.
I'm just
What?
looking
That
at the
does seem
Hudson
really high.
Institute. Hermaphrodite. Hermaphrodite. That's what it's called. I don't know.
Wow.
This is like I'm getting awkward.
Yeah.
But no, it says 1.7% consistently. in the stats.
1.7% of babies,
all
are
babies
born with both parts.
Are born with what they call intersex conditions, variations of that. So they might
Oh, right.
have something a little underdeveloped, but they have both.
And those end up growing up to be Jets fans.
Kayal and Company Fight Club, where we know bottomless pancakes returning to IHOP are going to take Walmart, Spirit Airlines, and Carnival Cruise right off the map when it comes to fights. Reminds you of what Phil Almquist is doing to those music stations every Saturday night, doesn't it? Remember, fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man. We are gonna knock you out.
Fight Club on this Rooney Tuesday. Today's submission was from our friend Gary Stam and his three-legged dog. Yes, he has a three-legged dog.
1.7% of dogs are born with 3 legs.
Next Piazza pet. I'm sure he'll be out there.
Today's not Zioli's dog, Gary.
No.
Today's
Oh, by the way, how cute is that dog?
That's a cute
Did
dog.
you see the video on Christmas Eve?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Gary Zioli. It feels right.
It does.
Gary.
Yeah.
So today's today's submission is a Walmart. By the way, we have 2 Walmart clips we're gonna play.
Ooh.
Because I can never get enough of Walmart.
Well, we have dueling flags, it looks like. The United
Nothing
States.
wrong with Walmart.
What is that? What other flag is that? Next to the American flag.
That's a good. Is that?
What is that? Puerto Rico? No, that's not Puerto Rico.
I don't know.
French flag?
All right, youtube.com/@1210WPHT Fight Club. Let's go. Uh-oh.
Yes.
Right
yes. Oh. Got it. Look at that. Oh! It's got her in the Kamara lock. Yep.
It's like a long-haired.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Chick with purple hair.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, yep, there it goes again. It's the submission. That's what Gunther did to Cena.
By the way, Phil Almquist, it's the North Carolina flag.
It's the North Carolina flag.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, let's watch this again. There we go. Yep, see Crocs and slides. Those Uggs slide slipper boot things.
Hideous.
Really have to stop.
Yeah, hideous.
Okay.
Hideous.
By the way.
That's a real fight, though.
Oh, yeah. Look,
they were throwing real punches, real moves.
Look at the choke.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple times this chick got taken out with the... She's got the arm there. That's good technique. Look at you. Now she's leaning back for leverage.
Yeah.
See, that's a quality submission. Gary Stam.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this
I'm going to guess that was Charlotte, North Carolina.
Why Charlotte?
It's just a hunch.
By the way, let's stick with Walmart here. We're going to go to Walmart and then Publix. 2 different things. These are visual. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Publix, by the way, quality grocery store down in the South.
This is 2 women at Walmart that threaten to kill each other and throw store product, glass bottles, and cans at each other.
Mm.
Whoa.
I'm not sure what this argument was over. These days, it doesn't have to be over anything.
Could be some organic potato chips.
All right, Phil, roll this.
Walmart side quest.
Oh.
Look at this. Look at these people.
Oh.
They're just screaming and throwing things.
What you gonna do?
Oh my
God. Don't make me throw these Smuckers at you. See, now you got to take cover behind the ham and the frozen turkeys there. Yeah, see, that's...
And you're going to defend Stensland? You're going to defend going to Walmart?
Yes.
As
a matter of fact, I might go more because what if I went and got, and actually got original video for you?
Oh, that would be great.
So
you could
go back to your your days of being in the field.
I would record.
We should do like Kayal and Company Walmart ride-alongs. Where we tour the
100%.
Delaware Valley Walmarts at offbeat hours.
Be so good.
2026 Black Friday Live.
Yes.
From the Philadelphia area Walmart.
100%.
Uh-huh.
Wear your body armor, but it'd be great radio.
Has anybody on the show ever seen a Walmart or grocery store or any retail establishment type of incident that has popped up on Fight Club?
No.
I wonder, I just, we always talk about, we try to be accurate with, well, this isn't happening way more than it used to be, or this happens, 0.06% of the time, but it's social media that, exacerbates this stuff. Do we think it's really happening more, or are we just catching the rare glimpses?
I'm sure we're just capturing. I'm always skeptical of things you see on social media and the oh my God, they're happening everywhere. They're not happening everywhere. I do agree with that. I just like to play them because I think they're fun.
But there is this sense of entitlement when you go into any establishment nowadays that it's your world.
I'm gonna say this, and I usually, disagree with Dawn when she blames everything on the pandemic. Ever since 2020, where we were not, we don't know how to act in public anymore. We just don't. We're more quick to yell at people. We're more quick to start fights. It's happening on planes. It's happening in grocery stores.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that there was something there that rewired our brain, and now we're just
we're short fuse.
We're an angrier people.
Yeah,
we're an angrier people.
Yeah.
Just saying.
It's so true. And just basic customs. I mean, the Secretary of Transportation had to tell people, stop rolling out of bed in your pajamas
100%.
and getting on airplanes. And no one wants to see you in that condition.
And was criticized for it.
Yes.
F you. No, you can't come to the airport in your Hello Kitty pajamas and slippers.
Maduro did.
I was in a store the other day. I was in a store the other day that I shouldn't have been in because I knew it was a bad idea. I'm not going to name the store because
Victoria's Secret.
They sponsor sometimes.
But he just likes the lotions.
But somebody
you were at an adult film store.
Somebody came in and two younger girls, and when I say younger, I don't mean young. I mean teenage girls in slippers. And I'm like, what are
That's the look.
It is the look. And
It's
I'm glad you brought that up. I had to. So after my girls got some gift cards for Christmas, I took them to Kohl's to use their gift cards because they had to buy more Sephora stuff because they don't have enough, right? We got to have 40,000 lotions and bonnets and all this other nonsense. And they went out with the slipper Ugg type Croc things on with sweatpants and the hooded sweatshirt. I'm fine with the hooded sweatshirt and sweatpants. That's what kids are going to school like that, much less during their holiday break. But they had the slipper Ugg thing on. I'm like, it's 19 degrees out. There's a 2-inch sheet of ice, and you're wearing these ridiculous. You're not going out like that. Put your actual Ugg boots on. And
what's wrong with the slipper? I wore those yesterday. My platform slipper Uggs.
Did you?
Uh-oh.
I wore them yesterday.
Fighting words.
I take it all back.
Nick, you're
such my teenager was like, Mom, I showed Greg my outfit.
You're doing radio at the butt crack of dawn.
Stand by your convictions, Kayal.
You come in to do a radio show, you should feel comfortable, right? Enough of this dressing up in suits to do radio stuff.
I usually dress like I wore a jacket today, but yesterday I just felt kind of, I had the baggy jeans because it was a gift.
Yeah.
These are all like Christmas gifts. So I had I showed Greg the whole outfit. I had a camouflage and pink fur coat with the baggy jeans, with the Ugg platforms.
But you're an adult, so you know not to step in puddles or to walk through the snow, but go around the paved, the shoveled sidewalk.
Your daughters know that.
No, they don't. They walk like a dog, just go splashing through everything. Like you didn't see that thing? It was like the size of Lake Erie. How did you miss it?
All right, can we? This is for David in South Carolina, buddy. This is for you. This is a Publix grocery store in Columbia, South Carolina. A woman urinates on the floor after she was allegedly caught trying to steal a 4-pack of steaks.
Hey, those Acme 4-packs of steaks for $20. Goodbye.
Yeah. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Only quality videos here today.
She's wearing Eagles green.
This happened in Columbia, South Carolina. For you, David, roll this.
This is January 4th.
She's at the checkout line, I guess.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
There we go. Out the door.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
Pulls the pants down.
Oh!
Pops a squat.
Oh!
And has the runs.
Like a dog.
Oh,
Are you sure it's a number one?
Yeah, why is she peeing out the back? Or she's...
that's
Oh,
what...
goodness.
It's a slanted exit.
Ew.
It's tilted. Yeah. Imagine seeing somebody pee in a Publix.
Can you imagine?
No.
That's what a dog does.
YouTube.com/@1210. Oh, and here's the... They're arresting her.
They should beat her with a newspaper.
I agree.
Like a dog who you're trying to potty train when they pee on your carpet.
Look at
Yeah.
Let me scream.
Yeah. I wasn't doing anything.
That is nasty. If I'm that employee, I'm like, I'm not cleaning that up.
Yeah.
By the way, David in South Carolina, this is happening at Publix in Columbia, South Carolina on Hard Scrabble Road.
Ew.
So there you go, a little local reference
tried to
for you
run.
now. Wow, it's amazing. That's amazing.
What happened to the meat? Did they just put it back on the...
That's a great question, Dawn.
You know?
That's a great question.
And if you're that officer, you have to warn that lady as you cuff her and bring her up off the ground. You pee in the back of my vehicle. That's an aggravating factor.
Can you imagine though?
No.
Just these animals.
Dude, you're right. We used to be
animals.
We used to be a proper society. Was anybody peeing in a grocery store in the 50s?
No.
Do you think Sam the Butcher in the Brady Bunch ever had to look over his meat rack and see a chick popping a squat in aisle 6?
No, and I'll tell you what's something else too. Like I, as a kid, I worked at an Acme down the shore.
Yeah.
So I saw a lot of people steal. It used to be that somebody would steal candles because PSE&G shut off their lights, or they'd steal like bread for their kids.
Yeah.
Now it's a 4-pack of steaks. I remember one time I saw somebody steal 2 bags of crab legs. That's not where you go if you're really down on your luck, right? That's not your focus. I mean, I'd love to eat 2 bags of crab legs, right? But it's again, it just goes to show you this is a cultural problem.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
100% a cultural problem.
Yep.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please make sure you're hitting that subscribe button while you're over there and hitting that like button. We got a lot of views from the woman urinating in a Publix grocery store. So make sure you're hitting that YouTube or that thumbs up button, and make sure you're hitting that subscribe button.
I will say this: having lived in the South for almost 5 years, there are 2 big Southeast grocery store chains. There's Publix and Kroger, and Kroger is more like a Giant, whereas Publix is more like a Wegmans.
Yeah.
I could see, even in 2021, 2018, whatever year it might have been, I could see somebody doing that in a Kroger. But that was a Publix, correct?
Yes. Publix, by the way, it might just be Florida, but you can open carry in Publix now.
Oh, yeah.
So, be careful. Yeah. Be careful if you're peeing in public because somebody might take out a gun and shoot you.
Exactly right.
We should break.
All right, Kayal and Company. Matt Rooney will join. Matt Rooney will continue with us on the other side. It's a Rooney Tuesday. Still ahead, by the way. We have Phil Almquist with Today in Music History and a big 3 from Dawn just about 30 minutes from now. Stay there.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe, there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're going to have one New Year's resolution this year, it should be to protect yourself and your family, and my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop will help. Bob's isn't just about selling firearms. They're a full-service shop with over 60 years of experience helping citizens like you and me exercise our Second Amendment rights and become safe, responsible gun owners. They're going to guide you from start to finish, from applying for your permit, helping you select the right firearm, and train you on how to safely operate it. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. And ladies, listen up. If you're interested in learning more and want to explore, attend Bob's Ladies Only Shoot on March 1st at 1 p.m. This event is for women only with women-only instructors. No other range in our area offers a women-only event like this. No firearms ID card or prior experience is required to attend, but space is limited, ladies, so protect yourself and your family. Sign up today. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. bobslittle.sportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9:33, Kayal and Company here on a Tuesday. Matt Rooney is with us in box number 4.
Wait a second. Hang on.
What?
Before you
What?
go on.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Not where we need to be.
No, hang on.
Not where we need to be. Here comes the music. You were warned.
Hang on. Oh, we're 390. We're 10 away.
Well, that's still not 400 though.
10 away.
You know?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. 10 away.
Not close enough.
That's not close enough. We need 10 people to hit that thumbs up button. But until then,
hello, Rooney Tuesday here on Kayal and Company. Coming from the Schuylkill River, will he bring us food free?
Rooney, calm down. Rooney,
If you play that song one more time in protest and in solidarity with the listeners, I will go and I will pee on the floor to public.
And we need to get video.
You left me with no choice, Doctor.
And you thought you heard Wham a lot on B101 for 7 weeks?
It's true.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I will play it again. I need 10 people to hit that thumbs up button. Wow. I'm not kidding. It's free. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Sorry, Nick Kayal.
No, well, I'd like to say we're kidding with this next story, and we'll get back to the cut sheet in a moment, but we did tease the ICE, HHS, Hilton Inn, Hilton Hotel story earlier in the show, and I'm glad we actually held off on that and ran out of time, but we'll get to it now because we have not one but two different updates. But for those that don't spend their existence on X scrolling, which is probably actually a lot of the audience, believe it or not.
Most of the audience.
So yesterday, news came out that Homeland Security and ICE agents specifically were dealt a crummy card by a independently owned Hilton Hotel. Quote, no room at the inn. Hilton Hotels has launched a coordinated campaign in Minneapolis to refuse service to DHS law enforcement. When officers attempted to book rooms using official government emails and government rates, Hilton Hotels maliciously canceled their reservations. Now, the email was made public. You'll see it here on YouTube. They've blacked out who it's from and who it's to protect all parties involved. But the subject, RE upcoming reservation, and they wrote the following. After further investigation online, we have found information about immigration work connected with your name, and we will be canceling your upcoming reservation. You should see a proper cancellation email in your inbox shortly from Hilton. So then Kristi Noem and DHS got wind of this, and they publicly came out and blasted Hilton, rightfully so. But then the next update was that this was, in fact, from a independently owned franchise. Hilton Hotels released an official statement at the corporate level. Hilton Hotels serve as welcoming places for all. This hotel is independently owned and operated, and the actions referenced are not reflective of Hilton values. We are investigating this matter with this individual hotel and can confirm that Hilton works with governments, law enforcement, and community leaders around the world to ensure our properties are open and inviting to everyone. So I just want to stop there real quick. Now, I would assume, even though it's independently owned and operated, it's not like it's a Bob's Hotel where Bob's Hotel reserves the right to refuse service to whoever, whenever they want. It'd be like a Subway franchise being owned by somebody that bought one of the franchises that still has to adhere to certain requirements from the corporate level of a Subway. So just think about how insane this story is here, Rooney, that we have somebody who felt the need to deny law enforcement reserved rooms. And by the way, this is in Minneapolis, of all places, in Minnesota. So we know what that's about. And I'm glad that from a corporate level, Hilton came out and said, no. That's not the way we do this. We will be in touch. We do have updates on that in a moment. But just your thoughts now, because I said this earlier in the show, Rooney, to Dawn and Greg. The defund the police movement has just shifted from local to ICE agents. That's really what we're seeing now in 2025 and 2026.
Oh, yeah. I mean, ICE agents are in peril on a daily basis. It's one of the most dangerous jobs in the country. We don't give them enough credit, perhaps. But look, I think it was an ideological movement to begin with, which was no less crazy, that somehow we think the concept of policing is bad. Some of that's because of moral relativism. Some of that's because, people committing crimes, it's not really their fault. It's something to do with how they were born or how they were raised. Or, hey, listen, that's not how we fix the communities. We should send out a bunch of, social workers instead of police officers. But I think in this case, it's kind of fused the virus with TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. And they hate ICE because they view them as some sort of, arm of this horrible Nazi president's Gestapo. When that's not what's happening here, right? I mean, ICE officers are in our communities trying to remove primarily people that have committed violent crimes. ICE, because I track this stuff, releases press releases every time they pick somebody up in New Jersey who is convicted or wanted of a serious crime. Some of these people are wanted for rape, murder, sexual assault, a lot of pedophiles. We love to talk about the Epstein files on social media. You would not believe how many people are in this country who have committed sex crimes against young people. Because back to something we were kind of joking about in the first hour, other countries don't necessarily have our social norms when it comes to protecting minors from sexualization. So it's scary, and I don't know how you unwind it, Nick.
Yeah.
Right? Back to something we've been discussing.
Yep.
How do you make people respect authority again, particularly when it's the authority that's trying to keep your community safe? I don't know how you fix that.
Yeah. Newsweek on the ICE front, by the way, according to their headline, ICE has added 12,000 new agents after their nationwide recruitment campaign. You probably have seen throughout the holidays, if you watched any TV, they are running ads for not only ICE agents that they're hiring, but also Secret Service agents. The Department of Homeland Security announced on Saturday that Immigration and Customs Enforcement have hired more than 12,000 new agents. And apparently it's a popular position because according to DHS, ICE received more than 220,000 applications from prospective recruits. 220,000. They surpassed the original goal of hiring 10,000 officers and were able to get it to about 22,000. I mean, 220,000 applications. That's about a quarter of the amount of applications Greg will receive for 3 to 6 p.m. coming up in a few days. It's unbelievable. Wild.
By the way, can I just say, so when you, because I'm a little murky on this because I'm very much of the belief that like my business, I can do whatever I want to, and I know that this is a franchise, this is a franchisee that owns this particular Hilton. So there's different rules that come along with that, right? So like the Hilton itself, the corporation, has some rules that you buy the franchise and you have to adhere to these rules.
You're going to use our name to profit.
Yes,
you have to stick to this.
It's not like, this is like you said, Bob's Hotel, where Bob can do whatever he wants because it's his hotel.
That's my assumption.
Yeah. So well, that's my question. Like if there are rules around this, then absolutely they should adhere to them, and they should be liable if they're not.
Right.
But if like you buy the franchise and you get to make the rules, then these people can make whatever rule they want to, right?
If that's the agreement that was, signed.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Rudy, you're the lawyer.
Yeah.
You tell me.
It's I mean, I went to school with Sonny Hostin, so I don't know how seriously you should take anything I'm about to say. Oh God, that's almost as bad as the Rooney theme song.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, I mean, you could be brought up on you could be sued for discrimination.
Sure.
In this context, right? That's the other angle. I mean, the whole franchise or franchisee analysis is important, but also, could someone make an argument that if you're just blanketly refusing police officers, you're discriminating against that class? Now, it's not a protected class in the same way that, race or sex, or in some cases gender or age, are a protected class. But if you just blanketly were discriminating against one group and you were a place of public accommodation. So it's one thing for, Greg to open up some kind of like Oreo store or something, right?
Definitely.
It just deals in nasty Oreos, right? That's not necessarily a public accommodation. A hotel,
true,
right?
Yeah,
that's a different ball of wax.
So apparently now the two updates. Nick Sortor, who was also out there with Nick Shirley, a lot of Nicks in Minneapolis right now. It's a Nick overload. So he was out there and he found the Hilton location where this allegedly occurred, and he's got a video of about 5 minutes up on his social media feed that shows that the ICE agents are still being denied their reservation, to which Hilton, and I guess Hilton has an official Hilton newsroom corporate PR, HR type Twitter feed, and this is their statement from Hilton on a recent video, which is what Sortor posted. Statement from Hilton. The independent hotel, and you can see this on YouTube as well, and Phil, leave this up as I read it. The independent hotel owner had assured us that they fixed the problem and published a message confirming this. A recent video clearly raises concerns that they are still not meeting our standards and values. As such, we are taking immediate action to remove this hotel from our systems. Hilton is and always has been a welcoming place for all. We are also engaging with all of our franchisees to reinforce the standards we hold them to across our system to help ensure this does not happen again. So it does look like there were standards. They were not met by independent franchisee of the franchisor. And there's like obviously a lie going on here that, oh, yeah, we'll take care of it, corporate. And apparently they did not, which would mean that social media grifter Nick Sortor might have gotten this one right. So I don't know. We'll see. But fascinating that you're an ICE agent and you can't crash at a hotel for the night because of somebody's politics.
Oh, yeah. This is, and don't get me wrong when I say that, like, if you are a independent business owner, you can do whatever you want to. I don't agree with that whatsoever. But Dawn and I both know the case of the baker in Colorado who refused to make a cake for a same-sex marriage or same-sex wedding. He had the absolute right to do it because he owned the bakery. If I own the hotel, as egregious as this is, it's my decision to do it. Now, if you're a franchisee and there's rules to it, then it's not. So I think the letter of the law is going to be on the wording in the
contract.
In the contract,
yeah, for sure. All right. Any cuts or are we good?
We should break.
All right. Rooney, great job as always, brother. We'll do it again next Tuesday.
Anytime.
Thanks, Rooney.
All right, buddy. And thanks for being on time today.
Hey, let's not put too much pressure on that. Okay?
See you, buddy.
See you, dude.
All right, Matt Rooney with us every Tuesday. Don't forget, tomorrow Tony Bruno will be with us for a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, and Bruno joins us at 7:45. He's never late. Bruno's in the chat at like 5:52. He's in there before the show starts.
Miss Robin's in it today.
Miss Robin, she doesn't go to bed. She likes to bother people at 10:30
honeymooners.
All right, we'll come back and get to what occurred today in music history from 8share and then the big three from Dawn. Stay right there.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years using high-quality, research-backed ingredients that your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code NEWYEAR40. New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, Probiotic for better digestion, or Orosine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's a new year, and there's no better time to invest in your smile than right now. It's 2026, and this is the year that you want healthier teeth, greater confidence, and care you can trust. So make your appointment now with Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. With Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and I should know he's my dentist. And for over 12 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dental surgery and procedures. He treats other doctors. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. So, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike, and when it comes to your health, you don't cut corners. That's why it's so important. You go to the best and only the best. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Make your appointment to get your free dental implant consultation today. If you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. This is your smile we're talking about. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. Kayal and Company. 9:54 here on a Tuesday morning. Have we reached the demanded 400 likes?
I'm glad you asked, Nick Kayal. Let me check. Enjoy some Bryan Adams while I'm checking.
He was 10 away, so it got to be close.
Hang on.
Yeah, baby.
450.
Wow.
Crushed it.
Very impressive.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, everybody, today.
Woo!
Yeah. Everybody.
Thank you very
run
much.
to that YouTube page.
Yeah, run to that YouTube page and hit that thumbs up button. I
Exactly
appreciate
right.
it. I appreciate everybody. It's been a very spirited and good show.
Dawn's Big Three coming up in a matter of moments as the Dawn Show is just 5 minutes away. About 3 hours and 50 minutes ago, H-Share dazzled us with the sports. But now he goes back to his wheelhouse where he finds joy and success with mega ratings on Saturdays because he's a Jets fan and he doesn't really get any joy. And then they retain his coach after 3 wins.
Hey, at least my hockey team's good right now, so I'm good right there.
Nobody cares about hockey.
That's right. No Flyers fans right here. So
all right, the Flyers might be our last stand.
no, the Flyers are playing really well right now. I have to say the Flyers are playing really well right now.
Yep. All right, let's get to down. Let's just get to Phil. I don't even know
This guy. What happened on this day in music history?
Here's what I'm going to do.
History on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 6th, we celebrate the birthday of Kim Wilson from the fabulous Thunderbirds, who's now 75. Heavenly birthday shouts to Malcolm Young from AC/DC and Syd Barrett from Pink Floyd. Singers include Mandolin Rain from Bruce Hornsby and The Range in 87, and It's My Life by Talk Talk in 84. Album includes Standing Hampton by Sammy Hagar in 82, and Frampton Comes Alive by Peter Frampton in 1976. Also in 93, it is reported David Bowie lost over $4 million in unpaid royalties to an Italian mafia-linked bootleg fraud. In 75, the mayor of Boston canceled the Led Zeppelin show after over 2,000 fans rioted, causing over $30,000 in damage while trying to buy tickets. In 67, The Who played their first of over 200 shows that year. In 77, Rock and Roll Over by Kiss was certified platinum. In 64, the Stones began their first UK headlining tour. In 68, Gibson patented the Flying V electric guitar. And in 58, Chuck Berry recorded Johnny B. Good. But lastly, on this day in 2019, the Queen biopic Bohemian Rhapsody was named Best Picture at the Golden Globes. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Umquist.
Can I ask you a question, Phil?
Yes.
So, you mentioned Frampton Comes Alive.
I did.
If you were to say, do you think that was the best-selling live album of all time?
Yes, I would have to agree.
Well, you would be wrong.
Okay.
Wow.
Worldwide, the best-selling live album of all time was Unplugged by Eric Clapton in 1992.
Which I own, but yeah, okay.
Peter Frampton was number 2.
Okay.
In the United States best, so that's worldwide. The United States bestsellers. Garth Brooks' double live album in 1998.
Wow,
was number 1. Number 2 is Bruce Springsteen's live 75 to 85 album, and number 3 is Peter Frampton. Frampton Comes Alive. I always thought that Peter Frampton's Frampton Comes Alive was the best selling live. At one time, it was.
At one time, it definitely was for sure.
Let me ask you another question.
Taken over.
It's My Life. Who performed that?
Talk.
Did Bon Jovi steal that from them?
No,
it's completely different song.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
It's a completely different song.
Yeah, just popped into my head.
Rud
there.
versus Rad over here,
These are the thoughts I have. Yeah, at least I'm paying attention.
You are this time,
There you go.
actually.
Exactly right. All right, I always pay attention for the Big Three with Dawn.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
Sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union, number 1. The widow of our slain local state police trooper presented with letters from President Trump, quite a community outpouring and a national outpouring in tributes to Delaware State Police Corporal Matthew Ty Snook, the state trooper killed in the line of duty last month at a Wilmington DMV, leaves behind his widow Lauren and baby daughter. And so we know that Pam Bondi was there to present those letters to this local widow, young widow, whose husband was murdered right around Christmas time. And Pam Bondi speaking out about this late last night.
I appreciate you being with us tonight. I know you had a tough day, and you had a murdered trooper's funeral today who left behind a wife and a 1-year-old. You were at that funeral, is that correct?
I was, Sean, in Delaware, and President Trump was devastated by the loss. I gave him letters. I gave letters to the family from the president. Lauren Snook is the widow. She is incredible. She has a 1-year-old daughter. His parents were there. His grandmother, Ty Snook, was an amazing 34-year-old trooper who gave his life to protect our country. Thousands of law enforcement officers were there from around the country to support him and that family.
Wow.
And so coming up at 11 o'clock, we will welcome in John Huvane with Tunnels to Towers, Vice President of the in line of duty department there. And we've been reported yesterday that in fact, Tunnels to Towers they've been involved in paying off the mortgage for this grieving widow and her baby daughter. Yeah. So we'll talk about that and just pay tribute to him as well. Let's talk about number 2 as we think about what happened last night in D.C., the illumination of American fireworks on the National Mall, celebrating, of course, the start of America's 250th birthday.
That's right. I
Look
forgot
at
about
that.
this.
Look at this.
Yeah. Look at that.
So fireworks.
Okay.
Live fireworks. Just stunning.
Yeah. Love a good fireworks.
250. Oh God, this city is going to be a disaster.
Yeah. When do you think it starts to become a disaster?
No,
by
it'll be
Memorial Day?
wonderful here in Philadelphia.
It's going to be awful. It's going to be awful. I'm leaving town, and I'm not coming back.
Yeah, I think
until Labor Day.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the summer remotely.
No, you're not.
Stop.
No, you're not.
So let's take a look now, because recently, if you did not see this, but projectors lighting up all 4 sides of the Washington Monument nightly, every night since 7 p.m. But this is Illumination of America on the Washington Monument lighting. Take a look.
The pioneer spirit of the American people brought us across oceans, established a nation in liberty, drew us across a continent, and raised us into the clouds. It still beckons us to begin new journeys of discovery, daring us to once again dream the impossible and imagine the wonders waiting among the stars. And perhaps someday, our descendants will plant the American flag on distant worlds, carrying the light of liberty to the farthest corners of creation, reminding all generations that for the United States of America, there is no frontier too far, no dream too bold, no horizon beyond our reach.
They could have mixed that a little better, like raised the vocals a little bit.
Yes.
And put the music down. Yeah. What do we have planned here in Philadelphia? Are there going to be stupid parades and stuff?
No, I mean, yes. Okay. Visit Philly. You can go to Visit Philly. In fact, Philadelphia has a slew of events. By the way, mummersmuseum.org, mummers are very involved in that, but as well all across Philadelphia and the region. Mm-hmm. For example, today, it is because it's Three Kings Day. Remember when the Three Kings visited?
I thought it was no
baby
Kings
Jesus.
Day.
No, it's Three Kings Day.
I thought they didn't want kings anymore.
When the wise men visited Jesus after
kings.
he was born.
Not the president. Gotcha.
Like your nativity.
Yeah.
So Taller Portocreno in Hunting Park, closing out the holiday season with its annual Three Kings Day. And so it's a beautiful tradition. Celebration comes from the religious belief, like I say, paying homage by the 3 wise men visiting baby Jesus, Mary and Joseph after birth. And so they will be, this is a free festive event with features featuring arts and crafts, and every child goes home with a gift. Okay. Advanced registration is required, but it's Taller Portocreno. I don't know if I'm saying it.
Yeah, I like that.
It sounds great coming out of your mouth.
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful event. And so it's going to be in the Hunting Park section of Philadelphia. Free. Every child goes home with a toy. It's happening between 3 to 6 p.m. I'll try to, since Greg Stocker has to now figure out what's going to happen between 3 to 6 p.m. starting next Monday. Maybe I'll just start, talking about 3 to 6 p.m. But it's today at 3 to 6 p.m.
Sure.
It's free.
So we have parades coming up. Will we
Yes,
have protests? Will we have protests in the summer of 2026 from
I hope
purple-haired liberals who hate America and don't want to celebrate a quarter, 2.5 centuries of excellence?
Look, if they jam up my city,
Uh-oh.
Run them over?
Gonna be
I'm
jammed.
protesting.
Yeah.
No. I mean like with dumb parades. We don't need another.
Yeah,
parade.
I don't want parades or protests.
Yeah, we don't need a parade.
Yeah.
We're
Lots
good.
of events, especially for July 4th.
We're good.
So,
You
and
want that coming
sponsored.
into the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we got soccer, we got events, we got a good
Schedule
stuff.
my vacation around.
You know what
that.
else
You know
I got?
you work here.
I got a monkey. You want a monkey in a music store?
You gonna touch my monkey? Old Mike Myers skit.
This is a cute story. Well, it's a happy ending, but it's a local music store. In all seriousness, look at what happens. This happened in the South in Morristown, and so literally this little, what's it called, a capuchin monkey?
Capuchin monkey.
Capuchin.
Yeah.
It's a little cute little monkey.
Yeah.
And so the monkey got in. They had a little like kitty cat door for the music store. Look at, you see this? The little monkey gets in there. And I think that we actually can hear what happened because the music store owner is very unhappy about it.
We come in the door about probably 8:20, and it was a disaster. I went back and I said, "What is it?" And there was the little Chester, the little brown capuchin monkey sitting right in that door. There was monkey messes everywhere.
Monkey what?
Really hated
No.
computer keyboards.
Monkey throwing the
There
keyboard.
was 3 computer keyboards just bashed.
That's how Phil throws it when he can't get
The
vMix to
keys
work.
were laying in the floor. There was bags of potato chips busted from our crackers.
He's a hungry
I watched
monkey.
him open
Yeah.
a pack of crackers and eat some in my wildest dreams.
This is reminiscent
Could
of
not
the
dream
raccoon
that.
in the liquor store.
Did you say this is Jersey?
No, no.
I thought you said
it was
Morristown.
Morristown, but it's in, I believe, Tennessee.
Yeah, this is a different Morristown.
That's
Monkey?
that's not Morristown, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't find many guitar stores that also have diamond rings in a glass panel. She's like a that must be like what do they used to call
Pawn
those?
shops.
A pawn shop.
Pawn
yeah.
shops. Yeah.
They got it all for you
Yeah.
because they don't have a Walmart, so they just have the. It's Morristown,
Yeah.
Tennessee.
We got everything here. We got guitars, condoms, whiskey, raccoons, and cats.
It's called Trade Center Music Store. So you want to buy a guitar?
Guitar.
How about that diamond ring? I'll take a trade.
And we're happy to sponsor Today in Music History with old Philip Almquist.
So we got that going on. Let's take you for our final story. Let's take you to what's going on. Did anybody buy a big lottery ticket on the main line? Because we got a winner.
On the main line. Wow. Where they can
Philadelphia.
afford it.
Yeah, Radnor Township.
Of course.
Bernie
yeah.
Sanders is pissed.
The people that don't need the money are getting it.
So
Tax
we've
them
got-
at 80%.
So I think we do have some breaking news that we'll get to around the corner because President Trump is going to speak to the GOP about Maduro, I think. But we do have 3 winning scratch-off lottery tickets totaling $7.5 million sold in Pennsylvania, a $5 million scratch-off sold in Delco at the Giants.
Hey.
500 block of East Lancaster Avenue. Seriously, if you bought... But who spends... Dan Borowski brought this up. He found this.
That's a $50 ticket.
$50 ticket.
Yeah.
Monopoly, own it all, and you scratch off.
That's called a degenerate.
$50.
Yeah.
A $50 ticket. Well,
Right.
Of course, it was bought on the main line.
I know.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And
With
what
somebody
exactly is somebody from the main line doing shopping at a Delco Giant?
Well, Delco is, because it's Radnor, is on the main line. They've
we need to
extended
dispute
it.
that.
I'm actually glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Don
I wanna
Sense.
challenge
It's a
that.
Radnor is not technically it's Delco.
Media calls... but media even calls themselves the main... They extended the main line.
Media is not the main line.
No way media is
People
the main
in
line.
media claim...
Oh, that is ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
That's like me claiming to be Gen X.
First of all, Radnor is the main line. It's not Delco. I know technically it's Delaware County, but like half of Villanova is Delco, and half of Villanova and the other half is Montgomery County.
Right. Even though they identify as Montgomery County.
But it's funny because if you really look at the dividing line, the Villanova in the Montgomery County side is actually more wealthy than the Villanova on the Delaware County side.
Yes.
right?
It's not about the wealth.
I'm just saying nobody, when you think of Delco, nobody thinks of Villanova or Radnor.
Nobody.
But it is.
$50 scratch off. By the way, the mother-in-law bought my daughters and all the grandkids little scratch offs to play.
Where'd she buy them?
I don't know where she bought them. Probably just the gas station. And they all pulled out their little nickels and pennies. They were scratching like they had a bad case of eczema.
So,
waste
Nick,
of money.
You bring up what Dan Borowski brought up. A lot of people will buy a scratch off for a gift.
Yeah, they're
exactly what you brought up.
They're stocking stuffers.
No,
What
that's
if-
a waste of money.
Yeah.
What if, did you check?
Oh, yeah.
What if they won?
No,
$5 million.
My wife double checked, and then my mother-in-law made sure, and it was just a bunch of losers. But they were like $3 ones.
Imagine
not $50 ones.
So what do you do then? If they won $5 million, do you share it with your in-laws?
That's a great question.
No, I get right in my kid's face, and I say, "You saw nothing. Give me that."
It's whoever signs it.
The loser.
You
So
have
girls,
to you have to
sign
share
it.
it with you have to share it with the in-laws.
10%.
10%.
They bought it.
All right, 50.
50-50?
50-50.
You want to go more than 50? I mean, I know you're gratuitous. I know you tip people, thousands of dollars.
True. It's
Are
absolutely
you going to give the in-laws 80%?
Well, here's the thing, though, is that if you're like we do pools here, Melissa Palladino, one of the sales reps, gets everybody together for the Powerball, and she collects all the money and she buys the tickets and stuff. Like, does she get a finder's fee? Probably, right?
She should.
Right.
She should sign every ticket.
It's amazing that we could play the Powerball here at Odyssey, but we can't do a death pool.
It's a great point.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the hypocrisy is just astounding.
We can do a death pool. I'm throwing my weight around.
Yes, you start throwing.
And I've decided that we're going to do a death pool.
And if it's not enough weight, just call me. I'm 228. I'll throw something around. My belly.
In your belly. Listen, President Trump, let's take this. Can we take this? Can we take it, or do we have to take a break?
Well, we can. I mean, we
can.
Can
We dip into it?
Hang on a second.
I can catch it in the car on the way home.
Can you vamp? I have to find it.
All right, let me just talk about American Heritage Credit Union. Home equity loan from American Heritage Credit Union helps you reach your future dreams and goals today. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home equity. Learn more. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity, not a member. Join today. NMLS 4338.
My TV's not working, so we're gonna have to take a break.
Okay, let's take a quick break, and just as the president will be, you won't miss a thing, we promise. So let's take a break now, and we'll catch President Trump is about to speak on the other side.